sepsis, right? Keep going down, yeah. So I can establish the things. What kind of daddy was? We're told having to rebuild his career and establish a good home base proved difficult. It was pretty interesting. What's his real name? There's dispatch. I got to get that audio. Shout out to first responders who have to deal with this shit. What's Brett's health? Mario, yeah. Okay. There's a plan of comparison. Especially there. Math. Actually, that was good. I remember, yeah. What do you do? Alright. Wanna blow this one up? Sure. This is crazy. So for the use just list that says dad poses his 11-year-old daughter on TikTok to lure alleged rapists to his home to shoot him. Wow. So it says, did he do it? Yeah. So it said Diego Montoya Gonzalez, who's 20, the guy in the picture, was shot by dad in July after 11-year-old mother discovered a video on their daughter's phone that showed him sexually assaulting the girl at the Grove. The next day, Gianna pretended to be his daughter on TikTok. Montoya Gonzalez back to the home where he shot the boy. Oh, I'm all about the dad. And I want to let the dad go and fuck this guy. I'm sure the judge will learn it. Well, the guy's a monster who apparently recorded it on the girl's phone. So he should die. Hopefully he has major complications the rest of his life. Scumbag. That guy keeps going down to jail. One of the most take care of him. Yeah, I assume the judicial system's a little chill on that. Now he's alive. Wow. Interesting. I shot him in the legs or something. Is it just like this? I think he did. What is he just did? Oh, I can't get enough of this video. Why doesn't the piggy run instead? I don't think so. Yeah. These are feeding him dead pigs. Yes. Oh, he killed him? Oh, he shot. I see. Someone was shot at dead pig. That's a Komodo dragon. Yep. Is that thing gonna swallow it? Yeah. I couldn't get enough of this guy. It's from the real Tarzan. Jeff, the real Tarzan. Someone here says that there's two different videos in this video. He's really gonna swallow that? Yeah. Face first. Are you kidding me? Damn. Those things are fucking. You see, that's a smaller video. What's that? Still, though? Yeah, it's still impressive. Oh my god. How do you even enjoy the meal? You don't. You just swallow it whole. That's wild to me. God. Birds do that too. All reptiles. Isn't that crazy? Yes. It's really enough for that. Birds are crazy stuff, right? Yeah, like birds are eat some pigs. You watch birds, they'll swallow huge fish. You ever see that? These fish are slimy, go down these. They just swallow it dry. Birds eat them with everything else too. Mice, all kinds of stuff. Show us an eagle or something swallowing something huge. But you're its head while it's alive.
Just start picking pieces off of it like that. All things alive. They're rough. Oh, dude, grabbing a full grown deer.
Yeah, we saw these before.
Yeah, he drops them off.
This bird decided it was hungry and wanted to eat the biggest animal
That's a golden eagle in Patagonia.
in the mountains. Fantastic stuff. And this is illegal. I'm not well versed in birds, but I just love these beautiful creatures. And they have snags it and just flies away with enough.
Fucking kidding me?
Probably a couple moons. 4 or 5.
Alright, let's get it. Thoughts on this Dana White's post. So recently someone died from the UFC, and Dana White posted in memory of Nascimento, and then like an hour later, I think it was 2 hours later, he posted this. Great day. Smoke a cigar. Just bad timing. I doubt he went to social media accounts. I assume the UFC team posted the rest in peace thing, and then he posted that right signs of other years, some shit like that. It was just bad timing. So he's celebrating his kid's dead. No, of course not. Just basically, yeah, I told you that kid. No, really thought once he did that. Yeah, it's just shitty timing. So this is a weird one. Mario Lopez posted this AI about him and his niece. And once people started commenting all this stuff, he took it down. It became a viral one, so I'll just go for now.
I can't take her anywhere. Oh my God, look at you. You're a mess, a mustard.
Wait, why are you upset? You know what I'm comparing it to. I think people are stupid. I like Mario, so okay. Yeah, exactly. He's just being silly. He posts a lot of shit too. Like that. I don't. That's fine.
That's on other people. He's not. That's not how he's
harmless. Yeah, I don't think.
Okay.
Because there's so many Dodgers games. Yeah, I'll say that. I mean, it's better than the like one giant. How bad it is? The 2 weeks of ice, essentially. Okay, so I've seen him do it. And then probably Alright, so this 21-year-old pilot, there's malfunction in a small plane, and so she had to land on the freeway. But we've seen this kind of stuff before, but this one's crazier. So I'll just put it. Yeah, look how far she is from that.
Middle of a Florida highway.
Wow. That's what I tell you to do, though.
Is able to leave this small aircraft on interstate 10 after reporting the clean experience in Canada province.
Alright, we're into this whole thing.
Good. Alright. Okay. Alright.
This one's also wild.
Oh, this was nuts. See this? So in Russia, there's this drone fight, right, going on?
Drone fight, like, because Ukraine
It's using drones to fight war. So now the Russians are coming into Ukraine and just killing civilians randomly. And a couple of sadistic guys.
gives an excuse.
They're sadistic people that just like to kill people.
This guy's just selling
This guy's
fruit.
trying to sell fruit. And the fucking
So he started chasing down.
And, this is just shithead, some shithead.
Oh my god.
That's how we kill them too.
I thought the video was going to be them just, messing with him.
But Russia has been, Ukraine's been fucking crushing Russian infrastructure with those drones. Because we have really good drones now.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it is. Awful. Awful.
There's not much to describe this on this bus. I guess someone wanted to get off, causing a stir, and then this older guy takes care of it. What's that guy doing? He looks like he's drunk and trying to get off the bus. Hold on. You'll see. There's not much to go off of it, but you'll just see what this old man does.
Who's drunk? The guy in a shirt. Oh, that's not good.
I would say the headbutt in a hot sector. Hot sector. That's pretty much it. But yeah, he didn't just headbutt him. He actually was on the ground. He launched his body to headbutt.
I'll leave a mark.
It did.
Leave a mark. Headbutt's good.
All right, I'll show you this one now. Since Jonah Hill's been making the rounds on the internet, it shows him doing some jiu-jitsu moves. This is a very quick one though.
I love this.
This is old though. I just use a white belt.
It's not the most athletic fella.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we've already seen Red Riders. Yeah, already tried it.
He was trolling anyway. He was being silly. It was somebody fucking blood.
You think so?
Yeah, he knows stuff about jiu-jitsu.
No, I think he's
No, he's silly. He's silly. He's got a great sense of humor.
This is on ESPN, by the way.
You're one saying, hey, we have another year. Mike McCarthy being here, obviously a big deal. Can you tell us about the mindset of coming in here last season? Like, that's a real thing, it feels like. Is everything better? Is everything funner? Is everything more awesome? Like, how do you kind of view this year?
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Okay.
Like that absolute coward, Tony Bennett. Absolute coward.
Yeah, I don't know how to
You got a partner and you've played it over 100 times.
Yeah.
Like the White House, what are you scared of? Tony, you're the science.
Yeah.
I am science, and you get into a question.
Yeah.
And how much time did the network spend on that? How much time did they spend on my responses every week, on my vaccination status, on Taylor and Travis's wedding? Did they do even a minute? Did they do even a minute on Tony Fauci?
No, I don't think that's right.
But they did.
But on that note,
And there was another scandal this offseason too, involving a voter for MVP for Coach of the Year. How much time did your network spend? Did your network spend on that? How much time did you Fauci? Yeah. Go back to the coward Tony Fauci. Spending the entire time writing his diary about how fun it is to be famous. You gotta be kidding me.
okay, so on that note,
What are you gonna say about me now?
now I got no debate here. You're the five.
No, seriously, what are you gonna say about me now? Now you can't talk about the COVID stuff because obviously it was made, in a lab in China. That's like not even questionable anymore. Tony Fauci is an absolute criminal. I'm on good terms with my family. I'm on good terms with my family. What are you gonna say now? Say now.
What do I know? It's been a fun ride.
Tony, how you living, big dog? Tony. Yo.
He said on this now, especially of that cover. He's like, there's no more. I thought you had a part in there, Tony. Why couldn't you answer me? How much shit was on the entire time? What's that? Think how much shit in that ESPN brand. Same with so many athletes. Like my favorite Djokovic.
No one worse than Aaron Rodgers. He literally for months, the entire season, they just despairs, just slammed your name on all those guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Where are they at now? Where are they at now? Is there any coverage of Fauci? Nothing.
No, of course not. Because the Aaron keeps talking about things like using credit.
Yeah, Aaron keeps going. He keeps talking about ESPN.
We have a very real culture war going on. We always have. This is like you got straight up socialists, people that believe that government should control everything, that private property, capitalism, markets, the Senate, the police, prisons, all of that should be essentially restructured, abolished, changed. Okay.
What you got to think? I'll just end on this. There's no deciding of
Your energy today is
too much for us. It's not seeing how much.
Oh, he's a fatty pants.
He's just so fatty.
This is a tick.
Just living life.
It's fat.
Wait all his life. Living life.
Look at how fat he is. I love it. God,
Pretty much it. Super.
I mean, thicky.
Yeah.
Probably weighs 100 pounds more than he looks like he's that dude.
He has to be more than
He looks like he's 5 pounds. Literally.
Just go to a picture when he's fighting.
He is so small. He's tight.
He's not
Tight.
tall guy.
No. Tight.
Short round now.
You should do that and now.
Then and now.
Hell of an athlete, though. Hell of a fighter. Yeah, he's tight. 5'6".
Just living life, man.
Yeah, 5'5".
Just living life. All good. As long as he's happy. 5'4".
5'4". He's a tiny fella. Tiny fella. That's a tough one.
Good for him. All right, dudes. We did it again.
Did it again, buddy.
You're going to be at NB.
New Braunfels, Texas, then Doral, Florida, in Miami Improv, August 28, 29, 30. Get your tickets. New Braunfels, Texas, August 21, 22. I'm excited.
All right, kids. That's it. This is Fire Kid. We're out. Thought of as the Axis Mundi or the navel of the world as it appears on Midian
No, really, not too sure. I think they have saying that this is not on the good boy. It's 23rd of 786 Thursday. I've been doing this bitch for 223 days. I think about 104 days. 37, 61 creation. 36, 31, 136, 35, 26, 235, Guinness, and Southeast 34, 66, 24, 33, 66, 295, Ohio 17, 33, 31, 460, 31, 39, 622, some year, 37, 46, 87, 235, 28, 7, 18, 2, 7, 28, 31, 38, 27, 05, 10, 22, 25, 36. No, you can't construct on the earth. 22, 05, 15, 36, 22, 15,
Okay, no matter how long, say I think I'll do.
Rothschild and my mom, my monarchies are my favorite. And should have told the great people has had an incisive impact on the history of Islam, specifically, and Western philosophy more generally. In fact, it's Aquinas referred to him as Rabbi Moses in his works, and as the saying goes, from Moses to Moses, nine arose, like Moses, heralded as a figure of strict Aristotelian rationalism, and then later praised as a Kabbalistic adept who lauded philosophy of Jewish law with which subsequently burned streets as heresy. There's a good chance there's even a day school, a high school, or a hospital named after the guy somewhere near here. Maimonides also set up one of the great crossroads in the history of Jewish mysticism, cult. Prior to his lifetime, the dominant form of Jewish mysticism were the practices of their mystics, who sought to journey hidden houses of the mind to witness the glory of the divine body after his lifetime, rise of the insufferable prophetic Kabbalah with their speculations on the divine divination of Sirota, on which harmonized them. A series of Gary studies has argued that this position at this crossroads is no accident, rather a pivotal role in the process of just that transition. Like something having previous mysticism, he might have inadvertently, even ironically, propelled recent ideas of the Kabbalah to their own escape philosophy from medieval Aristotelian rationalism. But did Maimonides' philosophy really end one form of mysticism only to give birth to another? Nobody asked. How did Aristotelian nominalism become later associated with just a form of mysticism he might very well have proposed? Let's explore Maimonides at the crossroads of the mystical. This episode is also very special to me. It's a collaboration with two of my colleagues who I am even more blessed to call friends. Set me over at Secrets of Treating Through Life overview of Maimonides' thought series, especially in this episode, relationship to mysticism and the Kabbalah. Specifically, I'll connect Maimonides in this webbed little role in the history of Jewish mysticism, and Philip over at Let's Talk Religion will be covering the connection to Maimonides' son, Abraham, to Sufism. I really can't say how happy I am to be living in a time where I can work together across three countries with such fine scholars to dedicate my time to the daily study of philosophy. Why? We're living in great times. Make sure to check out their episodes, subscribe to their channels, and support their work if able. Of course, you can also check out my other content topics of the study of esotericism, the occult, magic, alchemy, Kabbalah, all the weird stuff. But now, let's turn to Maimonides at the very crossroads of magic, mysticism, and the occult. I'm back to Justice Sledge, welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy. some are generally forbidden for public discussion. These are Maaseh Bereshit, speculation about the origin and nature of being, and Maaseh Rabbi, or speculation on the divine realm, specifically the palaces and the throne of the divine. Maimonides actually does something interesting here. He takes Maaseh Bereshit, speculation on the origin and nature of being, basically doing an exposition on physics as it understands it, specifically the worldview of Islamic and Aristotelian physics. Thus, the secret book presents the structure of the universe and the entities that populate the universe more generally, especially the nature of angels and the separate intelligences. More about angels and separate intelligences in a little bit. This would also include this theory of prophecy, as our intellect is actually doing the job requiring the mind active intellect. More about the active intellect in a bit as well. Or the book with more the there and the Judaism, Maaseh Rabbi. The final section is a detailed analysis of Maimonides' celestial proletariat versatile workforce marketing combat people were growing. Yeah, they were growing. The following director of rebellion divine left him working girls are they call the refugee and put it into all the stuff. Further, this was a bit more occult. They were able to be controlled by a form of magical literature that's come down to us and achieving the ability to do their bidding on everything so we can enforce racism. And put sick folk on these things there. Greatly similar to the future. More like that. Aspects such as the synchronizing or the book of secrets of that all were promoted in the late classical period. The popular magic isn't originally popular no matter once again. In fact, a surviving experience of magical warfare reform can be found in the synagogue in Cairo. Exactly my monarchy is kind of the woods. Probably because almost so what's my mind? Well, despite the appearance of the late still artists, the popular imagination given this understanding of them would actually put clothes on such massive flags. It feels wrong. Practices again. Magical practices of the cult were either silly or harmless. So if it goes too far, idolatry. Again, my marriage follows a rather strict institutional worldview in which things are composed of form and matter, which is either subject to generation or corruption, or isn't, or things are composed of pure form, which is not subject to change at all. Or pure form descended from change, of which there are exactly 10. That is the number corresponding with various structures of reality. This form of causation is final rather than vicious. It don't resolve anything. That's just not how their calls work. That is to say, they're actively not divine. But no further activated creation acts as physical register. Remember, they're free from all matter and thus all change. The rest of our life is such beings, angels, demons, and speak that don't spatially move. They certainly don't have a personality, and they are moved by the divine and the divine alone. The narrative about them otherwise, the Bible warns the Bible speaks in the language of people, not more true technical language of philosophy. The rest of the stories are just straight up nonsense or worse psychology. Thus, it's very conceptual that it's actually just derived things the very possibility that things will get better. Also, a level of metaphysical curve into the very rubbish of my own self. These things are metaphors that know not their status. In fact, this whole business of sort of getting rid of the English way has referred to behind great harmonization of their efforts by scholars. See that an fundamental needs before now with the my mind also has a much wider net. Well, Central to this entire photo business, maybe more generally, including concepts like holiness, concepts concept, status of the people of Israel, purity, impurity, small, strong divine status, language. Yeah, not sort of all of that in one fell swoop. Now the most massive slice with it, technical knowledge shifts upon the register of these status. First, say, say, condition, thus, holiness, create a special characteristic of the word of the people of Israel, from contingent rather than necessary or even as appropriate. This is made direct from a philosophy, someone like Rabbi, but also that everything's from the same gets around, which helps actually teach himself what God around that along with the first two numbers. They concept all clear speculation. And yet philosophy like layers and rip-off deep. If you've ever seen a magic circle or symbol with letters, it's downstream of the idea of the ontological character of language. My mind seems to largely just to reject this notion. There's just a language, just what happens. Bible says, mentioned, the fact that my mind it wished to shift God's love from external concept of Judaism is positively shocked. No wonder their reaction is false, as strident as lost. There's a book. Now, before proceeding, I just want to interject my own deep distaste for bringing all the things that this mentioned into a vast false photo-Kabbalah. I think that my time to use Islamic context means very unique traditions from American mysticism, math practices, like antiquity, and deep reach back to the late Buddhism, general primordial Platonism. For all of this is just too nebulous to think of them as unified in any meaningful sense, much less as a proto-Kabbalah. It might just admit that Maimonides' systematic Aristotelianism was very, in fact, it's actually getting different forms of this so-called proto-Kabbalah for fundamentally different reasons. His systematic approach is to capture them all rather than one each target or something that he was going against. That would capture various elements of Kabbalah and the kind of elements of art and the point of view of different could be completely wide. Now, I suspect that they were perhaps divided by Maimonides' mind in what we might call superstition or avodah zarah, but not with the memory of Kabbalah. Now, despite this concern on my part for the term proto-Kabbalah, it does apply to very specific themes that are some of the speculation of France and Spain of generations after the death of the great eagle. I think Maimonides built the guy as a definition in a metaphysical way, coming in with concerns discussed earlier, going against them. I just don't think they're proto-Kabbalah. But Maimonides going into mysticism more generally. Well, that so much can be very mysticism, but no, I actually don't think so. In fact, I suspect that other drafting them, his conception of prophecy was downright mystical, though a little bit to sort to turn his idea of prophecy with mysticism just a little mysticism, honestly, is just a broad category where there's no scholarly agreement about what it means or how it should be used. Period. The same is about magic, both esotericism, etc. No one has namely, two common and interlocking conceptions of mysticism have to do with using what the divine and and all things misunderstood. Aristotle basically kind of ontological. The divine motion as movement through space from position A to position Y, which incidentally is kind of the Galilean definition. Galileo used to compare if it makes a straight line of the path. Philosophy down. For Aristotle, for Maimonides, motion is action that a physical transition from a potential state of being a substance to an actual state of that substance. Locomotion is a position in space. It's secondary or metaphysical change. Thus, everything that is cycle the divine is in a potential state that must be actuated by outside force. Again, this includes everything, even our mind, our soul, our part of us. Now, for minds to be activated, there must be a pre-existent mind. That is to say, people would have a divine mind that does the work of activating our mind. Passive mind is activated by active mind. There was a paragraph or their tunnel. It describes the separate active divine mind, which activates the physical states of all mind, period, works and mind. And this is what gives us Maimonides' prophecy. According to Maimonides, the mind is considered righteous, rational, and imaginative, activating the active intellect of the divine mind itself, which is not found by temporality. Drugs, the divine mind experiences time, just like we experience distance. You can be closer or further from it in space, but we exist at the same time. Kind of. For the divine mind, all physical and temporal events are distant from it. Thus, the same as we think that God is circle, significance everywhere, and circumstance is nowhere that unless the equivalent said Kroon. And this union with the divine mind, perhaps the one that works as the opposed to the divine real strict sense. Maimonides provided a possibility of prophetic clarity through contact with the hyper-rational mind intelligence. It's then perhaps unsurprising that as our other body was developing static setting of a lot, it would mean evolutionary level of one Maimonides' theory of comes in which the development of the figure that was one to transform himself into a prophet. Maimonides theorized what a prophet is, how the prophet develops himself into one, and how the word translated in English was. Lastly, while one can credit or blame Maimonides with the possibility of the heaven earlier, his universe is certainly not the dead universe of, say, 17th century rationals. Rather, the inherent nature of the Maimonides their ability to cosmos in which their regions of metaphysical change down on the divine river of the pure active intellect, down through the sphere of angelic separate intelligences, leading matter on our realm. These intervening beings between the divine and ourselves are also clearly marked by their separate intelligences. Its task it is to mandate final causation, the spheres below. Their association with the planets is very movement was indicative of their intelligence and reaching in stage succession of something around or recommend movement, generation, and destruction to increasingly perfect thus change of circular movement whose apex is pure intellect of the divine source of all being, but also the final design which all beings strive. By no means is it level to Maimonides earth universe of divine causation, as if it was reality, form, and matter separate. Mind all under the guidance of a loving, wise guidance of the divine. Thus, So are things that are based idiosyncratic specific attacks you run all of them by comprehensive and systematic solutions ever close. No aspect of the world is simple or including massive volumes of office, infrastructure, or small, taken from this perspective, it's just overwhelming. It's not surprising that paperback, so when I get the question, given what exists, where should I begin if I want to study then take this to work have a lot? Yeah, I find myself as kind of lost. All about I don't want to ask all but if one has mastered all of this, all of that, the other, and see what you're Aramaic, then you really can say have a lot. Very honestly, they cannot. Strike as deal with fake answers to the question. So what is my the question? Where should one start studying Kabbalah as a historically grounded authentic tradition? Right? Well, little text answers that exact question. One, by accomplishments like work and metabolism. Two, allows one to access other schools of contemporary discussion. So far, in three give one insight into a very mode of cognitive tracing and find more easily accessible to both through and English units. The translation provides support even free that takes more than a while. Like a flight was 560 centuries, a master of cognitive emotion. This rapid text boasts a clear, systematic style, outlining why now explains study of allowed what makes for a good teacher, the benefits of study, and introduces and summarizes more metaphysical ideas of how
Je sais pas pourquoi il veut vraiment le
such an understanding while steering clear much in the way of, well, elitism. I think Cordeiro accomplishes that in these texts. So let's take a short tour of the Lord Rob or the Pleasant Life, which begins with a class of reading that all those that shun the study of Kabbalah. And when I mean escaping, I mean Cordero opens pages them up, disrupting the flow of divine energy through the Spirot, thus impeding redemption itself. And he said, better off some people just would never even born. Damn, this coming out. It's coming out swinging. So, now, Cordero that hand, y'all. He then proceeds in the next few chapters to derive the text to establish that, those that jump at Kabbalah are nothing short of sinners, actively working against the divine and preventing redemption for the rest of us. Thanks, guys. These first two chapters also give the reader their first real chance to whet your palate in couples theosophy, but also the general mode by which couples arguments are established through loose texting. So, immediately one gets a sense of what's at stake in Kabbalah. Well, nothing short of final redemption of reality, but also methodology of establishing these kinds of truths through exoteric and esoteric argumentation, employing a range of Jewish scriptures, especially sacred and so far. He divides these mentioned blocking and shunning people into three groups: those that deny that there's any character dimension in Torah at all, or just basic, simple-minded morons. Second group of people are those that think that such esoteric dimensions do exist, but they put all such study arguing that not fully mastered every other form of knowledge under the sun, from the Talmud to astronomy, should they ever attempt to study Kabbalah. Here, Cordero just argues that the perfect should be the enemy of the good, and that intermutes in this metaphysical power of Kabbalistic study, one must get the best foundation you can and get to it. Start studying as soon as you can. Study the Kabbalah. And redemption is both you're going to do this. Finally, there are those that argue that such studies will be one to heresy, especially without Allah. Again, Cordero here is immensely practical. Wise teachers of Kabbalah will bear then now. They argue that it's better to learn on one's own rather than not learn at all or learn for some teacher, even if that leads to incorrect ideas at first. Heresy at first. In fact, he actually takes it that serious study will ultimately be guided by nothing short of divine aid. God will come help you out, and that's certainly better than to have no teacher than a bad one. I mean, with no teacher, you kind of get the divine to help you, I guess. Nothing. But not more and false teachers. Of course, Cordero acknowledges that the study of Kabbalah can lead a person to heresy, because since it's more about teachers than about students. And the distinction here is pretty important. While the student may learn something incorrect or from a heretical position or learn things poorly, they can still be corrected through more study or a better teacher. But a teacher who arrogantly thinks they've got it all figured out, really calls it dangerous. Thus, study should be encouraged, but we should be suspicious of so-called teachers and check them accordingly, especially ones that put themselves beyond reproach, claim to have all the answers, or corrected by a wiser teacher. But how can a beginner recognize such a false teacher of Kabbalah? Cordero notes that any teacher of Kabbalah should be skilled in dialectic or skillful. They should be able to make logical arguments and defend them logically, publicly, secondly. Any such teacher should have a firm foundation in classical biblical rabbinic literature, obviously Judaism languages, and finally, in some sense, maybe but most importantly, they should be learning and teaching Kabbalah for the sake of the redemption, and not never for the sake of their own pride, vainglory, or ego. Failure of home teacher. In fact, likens them to the hideous, demonic husks of reality left over in the residue of creation. While real trees bear fruit leaves, wretched teachers only grow evil husks, thus spreading their corruption throughout reality. We're also told that teachers must be really careful in selecting students because selecting the wrong people is quote like revealing the genitals of the Torah to the sons of the generous Lilith. As the Zohar has it, before the Pharaoh lays it out. But the good thing is that such but teachers don't really exist anymore on such internet, right? Alright, aside, after establishing this sense of the study of Kabbalah, slamming those as the coding, shun or falsely teach it, Cordovero goes on to show that such study is actually a duty, but duty on those capable of undergoing. In fact, he really leans heavily here on my mind. This ultimately reveals a rather lovely marriage of the more rational kind of reflex in the more mystical, much more mystical teachings of the Kabbalah. Indeed, only the study of Kabbalah for Cordovero actually answers the riddle of both creation and the obscurities around Jewish law. Obscurities there, something which philosophy just can discuss, it can after discuss it, but it cannot on its own solve the mysteries. Thus, the Kabbalah and philosophy work together to provide a comprehensive vision of why reality is the way that it is, but also how we conduct ourselves with righteousness in this reality to redeem it. Here, ethics and metaphysics are fine. Again, for folks interested in that angle of Cordovero's thought, you gotta check out his commentary on Torah, you know, especially back to the episode, mystical ethics. Now that he's established that we should study why, now comes the how and the when of study. Here things are marked by a combination of fear and joy, a kind of radical humility, but also bravery, and the hopes of securing mystical wisdom and doing your part in the process of the greater redemption. Cordovero notes that one should avoid hopes purposely written to obscure their meaning. He simply has no time for obscurantism. Too much is at stake. Such books filled with riddles and metaphors are just meant to pump up the pride of the author, using the reader in the interest of making the author seem more wise, more light than they probably are. Again, Cordovero reads clarity with piety and wisdom. Again, the point of the Kabbalah for Cordovero is ushering in the final redemption of reality, showing off how smart you are with flowering pens and opaque writing. Think capital philosophy. Now listen to this. Right? Going So, where to start? Quartermax provides a kind of preliminary reading list, zeroing in on specific sections of the Zohar with a foundation in Sefer Yetzirah and Sefer here. Now, if you're curious about those texts, I've actually done an episode on them. Dig into those topics in the cards above. Now, interestingly enough, Cordovero seems to think that the Zohar on the sections of Ruth and on Lamentation actually predate the corpus of the Zohar in literature, and even more interesting, he seems to have access to Zohar on Esther, which is no longer in stock. No one seems to have ever seen this aside from Cordovero, and it's kind of unusual that he mentions it. Further, also encourages the study of Maaseh Bereshit and Maaseh Merkavah, or physical accounts of creation, and the mystical journey to the Father's throne. These, of course, are accomplishing one of those which actually dates the late classical period. Again, check out my episodes on those topics in my playlist on Kabbalah. Cordovero urges the beginner to skim through a text first, taking notes along the way, but then they can take additional passages with greater and greater concentration and devotion, especially for difficult passages. Hello, Leah. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? You sound clear to me. I'm well, thank God. How are you? I am, absolutely. About 5 years. I'm a member of multiple synagogues. Since I've been doing this live streaming project, I have had to move away from the going to shul or synagogue 3 times daily, but I certainly participate in events as I can, usually from a remote sense. And it actually was one of the inspirations behind my live stream. Uh, Previously, prior to the pandemic, we didn't really have any events that went virtual, but the communities of which I'm a part began to start having virtual events, and that helped to motivate me to become more comfortable to be on camera. And here we are, nearly 5 years later. Absolutely. Oh, yes, absolutely. I teach at least an hour Kabbalah class every day and have for since I turned 40 years old, so that's 223 days. And I plan on doing that the rest of my life. So, of the 24 hours a day that I archive, at least one of them is focused solely on religious teaching. And then additionally, I have the different services and prayers that I daily perform, and certainly blessings on food. And so I give the world as best an opportunity to see a portal into the life of a religious individual as well as someone who is a scientist. Certainly, I was going through Spotify looking for perhaps historians or people who I felt had a like-minded philosophy on data, archiving the future and the past. And I was able to get your email and connect with you, and that's how I found you. I really appreciate that. It was extremely informative. I did my research, I did my homework, so I'm prepared to address the topics that you provided. And in terms of anything that I'd like to show, if possible, perhaps when I'm doing my introduction, I'd like to give the listenership the ability, and I will just show them using my screen of my live streams of how they can find me and what they look like in all of these different live streams that I have going continuously. Would you mind if I showed them this? After's fine. I just said before because in your outline it said to do that at the beginning where people can find me, but usually I do that at the end. So that's totally fine. That that's absolutely fine. Absolutely. So in the beginning, I'll just give a brief overview of what I do, and then where people can find me will be at the end.
Yes, if it's good with you. Great. Hello, I'm well, thank God. How are you? That's good. Take your time. Absolutely. So thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to be here. Thank you to your audience. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. I'm approaching 5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today in my own way. The reason why this project is so important, or one of the reasons, is that in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'd love to reward you. I'd love to reward your audience by monetizing the data, in addition to ensuring that it's preserved for free. But I'd like to be able to use the platform that I've created for good to help end things like world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst with technological inventions like desalination, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So this project is much more than just the story of my life. It's also a timeline and time capsule of human events. In the background of all of my streams, I keep a radio going that is archiving news world events. So you literally can go back to any moment of any day for the last nearly 5 years and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I feel that makes this a really interesting project. That's absolutely right. I'd like to introduce the audience into some of the terms that of which they may not be familiar, but they will be emerging as not only our conversation takes place, but certainly over the course of the coming years in terms of what I'm doing. Generally, it's known as life logging. So, for anyone out there who wants to know what is life logging is essentially what I'm doing, archiving your life, the continuous digital recording and preservation of an individual's life experiences. some of the other aspects, I'm a trailblazer in the realm of uh, things like continuous human data infrastructure, which is the integrated systems, technologies, and processes that continuously collect, store, manage, and analyze human data generated data. But additionally, I'm a foremost trailblazer in continuous human activity data, the continuously updated record of an individual's physical, digital, and social activities. I think in the future, people will be able to study my stream for many different reasons, including bioinformatics, which is the application of computing and data analysis for specifically to biological information. What I'm doing is a form of automated journaling, which is the automatic creation of personal journals using digitally collected data. And so, to give people an idea of what I'm doing, it may seem with these terms quite complicated, but basically, I'm not doing anything much different than what people a generation or two ago would have done by creating a journal and writing down their memories and thoughts and just events of the day or a diary. And so I basically have created this digital diary. I share it with the world. What makes it really unique is that it is a way not only for me to be able to communicate what's going on in my life and world events, but I give people an opportunity to be able to connect with me uh, as much as they wish within Discord. So it's not just a one way discussion. My discussions with individuals from all continents are archived uh, specifically through my discussions on Discord and are available for the world to be able to study as well. So it isn't just a project about my life, it's a project about the people in my community. We have thousands of people in our Discord community, and I actually have inspired people to stream their lives as well. So I'm not the only one who's doing this. There are other people who have been doing this for now at least a year, and they will continue to do so as long as they're able. And it's somewhat of a movement that we've started, and frankly, the amount of information that we're gathering at this point, or that we can even perceive, is perhaps just a drop in the bucket, especially when the advent of AI is utilized to be able to dissect it. And we're going to talk about history specifically. And if you don't mind, would you like to start that conversation? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So this is the world's first known analog computer. Essentially, it was uh, first discovered in the early 20th century in a yeah, so early 20th century, uh, and it was discovered in a with by scuba divers, and it um, scientists basically don't know exactly everything about it, but it basically was a computer from about 2,000 years ago that was able to detect certain celestial arrangements and also perhaps also be able to plan different Olympic Games every 4 years or so. And it's called the Antikythera mechanism because it was discovered off the Greek island of Antikythera. And this is a small island located between Crete and Kythera in the Mediterranean Sea. It was an accidental discovery. In 1900, a group of Greek sponge divers from the. I have my notes. Sure. That's correct. It's an excellent question. Hopefully, that's certainly looking at the future from a positive standpoint. We have redundant systems, especially servers around the world and data farms, that if there is any type of catastrophic global incident, hopefully the redundant backups will allow for the information to be preserved. If there is some type of catastrophic global issue that ceases all humanity, then of course, no, we do not think that it will continue. But certainly, engineers have looked and tried their best to predict any kind of systems that may fail and ensure that there are adequate backups. So perhaps 2,000 years from now, I believe that the data that we're creating will be available to the civilizations of the future. It, it depends how it's preserved. Most certainly. And historians have speculated that perhaps society regressed to some extent following the fire at the Great Library of Alexandria. Perhaps some secrets like the Baghdad battery and its true um, uh, its true nature have been lost, and really scientists have only been able to speculate. With this discovery that you were absolutely right happened in 1900, which is the tail end of the 19th century, and then the development and study of it into the 20th century, it still is of some mystery. I believe in 2005, scientists and were able to scan it and actually remove some of the layers and reveal some of the writing. But really, at this point, we still don't know all of its necessary, uh, all of its necessary realizations, what exactly it was for. But we do have the ability to speculate that it was as advanced to be able to predict eclipses, certainly perhaps the Egyptian calendar and the Greek calendar, and as we previously said, the Olympiad to some extent. It was almost like a Google Calendar of the ancient times and the ancient Mediterranean. And these types of discoveries were only available because of a tragedy. A ship that sunk in the Mediterranean that allowed scientists to have this information preserved. Who knows what is still beneath the the waves of the sea and what else might be preserved? I am someone who is very positive towards types of technologies like lidar and ground penetrating radar that allow scientists to be able to pinpoint exactly where potential discoveries may be without causing major environmental destruction to a surrounding area. And I'm hopeful that other types of discoveries will be made over the course of our lifetimes. It is certainly a worry. In terms of the mechanism, I believe it was precision cut bronze, and you're absolutely right. The accuracy is astounding for thousands of years ago. And could metallurgists even today be able to create something in a similar fashion with as much accuracy? Chances are probably not on the first attempt. This was something very skilled tradesmen, craftsmen, and people who had generations, perhaps, of knowledge that was passed down, much of which has been lost. And that's unfortunate and can cause regression to civilizations. I personally feel that the ability of having redundant backups in the modern day will allow us to preserve much of the information that we have. But there are skills that really today are already becoming obsolete, and coding is one of them. It isn't to say that coding won't be something that's important to future generations. It will be, but much of it will be with the aid of AI and the guidance of AI, and this is good and bad. Yes, it is a skill that people won't rely on as much, but additionally, it is something that has many positives that people won't have to be educated for many years and all of the different issues that can occur throughout a software engineer's coding lifespan. And this will be able to be created immediately, instantaneously, and perhaps most importantly from a coding perspective, with exceptional accuracy. So there's good and bad with the loss of this type of knowledge. perhaps, hopefully, along with the data that we are preserving, the knowledge of coding will continue into the future, and people may perhaps want to look at coding from a history standpoint in the not too distant future, as it is becoming less and less relevant with the rise of AI. Yeah, 1950s, 1960s, certainly. That's right. Yes, it was around 1455. What That's when the Gutenberg Bible was published. So, and the years subsequent to that. Perhaps not in as great a way as we're finding today, because wood is available generally from any tree, and leather from animals that were generally pretty abundant. But the idea of in combination and with the specificity that was needed for movable type certainly created different resource shortages in a similar way that AI has created resource shortages today in terms of RAM and water and energy and real estate because of the needs for these large data centers and servers to be able to operate. So, in many ways, there are similarities between the resource scarcity that was created during the time of Gutenberg, specifically 1450 to 1455, and perhaps today from to 2022 or so until 2026 and moving into the future. I think it enhances all general skills that involve any type of um, technological technological leaning, but even things like being an attorney, it is able to provide briefs instantaneously. Being a doctor, it's able to perhaps aid with the amount of research that's needed instantaneously. Things like customer service, it's able to completely replace customer service agents. Things like program managers, software engineers, coders, it either has replaced their positions completely or for those positions that continue to exist, it allows people to enhance their skills. If anything, it's almost like a some type of supernatural addition to someone's skills that allows more accurate and faster production for any individual. And in many ways, we are just in its infancy, especially when it's combined with robotics. We're really going to see some replacements, especially for more blue collar positions, more physically draining positions in terms of mining, in terms of firefighting, in terms of forestry. And when you combine AI with robotics, we're really going to see an increase in people's ability to perform their job or just not need to perform them anymore because of the enhancement that AI gives to humanity. Well, I think any person's skill can be enhanced because of the speed and accuracy of AI. So, for instance, historians won't need to perhaps spend huge amounts of time looking through books of previous eras. AI will be able to scan all of those books, use optical character recognition, be able to query all of the information, and at the push of a button, be able to give accurate information that will allow historians to be able to make better references that previously may have taken decades, may be able to be replaced within moments. Uh, Things like being a teacher. Certainly in the past, it takes a lot of skill and a lot of experience to be a good teacher. What AI will allow a teacher to do, perhaps, is to no longer have to spend huge amounts of time grading papers and certainly preparing lesson plans. It will all be able to enhance what their current skill set is and allow them to spend more time with students. Perhaps now we're moving to a digital world and we're moving towards virtual classrooms and such. So the idea of what it is to go to school may change over the course of the next few decades. But generally, whatever type of of employment a person has, AI will give them more enhanced skills so that they can focus on perhaps more soft skills that AI isn't able to completely replace at this moment. But given enough time, AI may be able to do all of these things better than a human. Hmm. Not yet, and you're absolutely right. So, what AI could do potentially is provide you diagrams and outlines, and perhaps even short videos on the best ways to ride a bike. Will that replace the experience of being able to ride a bike? No. And would that be able to replace your knowledge that you would have developed from being able to ride a bike to be able to teach someone else? No, because you have the skill and you have the experience that you've been able to develop over time, and AI does not have that. However, if someone's not a clear communicator or they're not a good teacher of helping someone to be able to ride a bike, an outline or a diagram or a video may be able to allow them to enhance their knowledge to be able to teach someone. So perhaps it's not able to necessarily replace someone's skills, especially someone who's learned in the trade or the craft, but it would be able to help them to organize the information. It might give them a different understanding or a different take that they may previously not have considered. It does give different opportunities of certainly varying opinions that not all people might have thought of initially. Is it a complete replacement for an individual? No, not yet, not in the current age, but it can enhance many of the ways in which someone would be able to teach in the case of someone who is looking to learn how to ride a bike or teach someone else how to ride a bike. You're raising a really interesting point, and many of the examples that have been given, medical assistant, mechanic, riding a bike, are physical. So we do need robotics perhaps to be to see the full enhancement. If something were to be just more what what many might consider to be most certainly. Yes, and I was going to give an example similar to language or being a poet or an author. AI would certainly be able to give you more options and words that you're using, or more opportunities for a different way to convey something. And it is up to the actual user to be able to choose which one they feel is best. But in terms of, let's just say, learning a language, right now, if you were to learn a language without any type of aid, it's quite difficult. When you could go to AI and ask it for a series of glossaries or dictionaries that it could provide for you specifically on the topic that you want to enhance your vocabulary, that could be very beneficial. And I think it's probably an easier example that we're giving than something that's much more technical, like being a mechanic or drawing blood or even riding a bicycle. So we may find that the the task depends, or how beneficial AI can be depends on the task. And more certainly, some people do not respond well to AI at all, and would much and learn much better from a human and from a normal your traditional way of teaching, when other people may prefer AI and may prefer the opportunity to be able to ask every detailed question that they may have on a given subject before they feel comfortable perhaps moving forward with their uh, their encounter, their task. Yes, and I absolutely do. One thing that the Gutenberg Bible and movable type and the printing press did was it democratized ideas and specifically religion, and caused governments to fear new technology. This development, more than 500 years ago or more, basically allowed for political criticism to spread, certainly religious disagreement, and rumors. And we're seeing the same thing with AI today. And I know I have seen AI be censored, and I've done my best to archive this journey. I was using AI, I was live streaming my life 1 year before AI really became in the consciousness or the zeitgeist of Western society. I started my live streams in fall of 2021, and in November of 2022, I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT, and I was a user on its launch November 30th, 2022. And I've been able to see its development. And there were actually ways that you could jailbreak AI using different modes. One was known as the Dan mode, do anything now, where AI would ignore its strict security features and would basically work like an open-ended large language model. And I can tell you the different answers that I would get in terms of like something like vitamins. What vitamins does a person need, or what are the best vitamins that a person can take? With the unadulterated large language model, it would give me a list of hundreds of different vitamins. But when the system was censored, it would only give me about seven of them, which I found to be very interesting and have documented over the course of my live streams. And in the same way, we're seeing this type of censorship even more in terms of any kind of political opposition. And maybe there do have to be some types of censorships in terms of protecting individuals from not harming themselves or harming other individuals, but we do see a direct correlation in the same way that the the printing press was suppressed in with AI, and we see it in terms of how many tokens people can use, how often certain queries could be made, the topics that people on which they can publish. Uh, so there is definitely, I feel, a direct correlation between the censorship of hundreds of years ago and the censorship that we're seeing with AI today. I agree. And there's a fear I have, and I'm sure other people have, of the suppression of these types of discussions and this type of technology. In some ways, it can be seen as good if it's protecting individuals, but at what point are we sacrificing freedom for security? And moreover, who's making these decisions? You nor I sit at the board of any of these major AI organizations, and they're certainly not very candid in many of the decisions that they're making, why they're making them, and thus, in the same way that much of the information is was constrained hundreds of years ago, we're continuing to see this information constrained, and I think that there is some fear that we should have that this information is being constrained by an unknown group of individuals. Oh, I do see the similarities that we're seeing, and how the automobile was a development that is in a similar way to what we're seeing with AI and computing, or the assembly line. Sure. And these types of manufacturing processes, and dividing things into steps and ensuring that there's continuous improvement helped us to be able to develop our modern day systems. So I'm in agreement with that. Um, this is a significant historical event, and the process is much bigger than just the automobile. You're absolutely right. It is the assembly line in general, and just an organized workflow that previously was not as organized and, or I should say, as analyzed as it would be in the beginning of the 20th century, moving into the 1920s and such. I, it depends on the task, certainly, but many of them, yes, absolutely. It's an excellent article and it's an excellent question that you raised. In my opinion, it depends on what we consider to be the real cost. So, if we're looking at just dollars and cents, yes, many times AI at the current stage is more expensive to some extent than human capital that may, or human investment that would normally be utilized for whatever process that is. The idea, though, is that the current cost does not necessarily remain stagnant. There are developments, certainly with energy, geothermal energy, tidal power, wave power, nuclear energy, that can reduce energy costs. There are processes and inventions and technologies that, I even mentioned earlier, like desalination, that can assist with the cooling efforts of an AI system. And we're really in the early days of AI when we would expect it to be perhaps as costly as possible, or as costly as it would be, because it hasn't had time. We haven't had time as a civilization to be able to work through many of the efficiencies that may be gleaned in the future. So, from that perspective, we may be at the costliest time of AI just because we don't have a lot of experience with it. I do think that it is an interesting article, though, because normally, and I'm in agreement with you, we think that AI is going to always be cheaper because one computer can perhaps replace 100 individuals. And we're finding that that's not always true. It depends on the task, it certainly depends on the goal. And I think that at the beginning of the process, we're going to have higher costs, especially with the inefficiencies that we have with energy and the grid and cooling and property. But perhaps in the future, we will see those costs to be reduced if we're able to perhaps be able to build these systems, or these servers and data farms and such vertically, have an efficient cooling process for them, perhaps be able to have them in a fully sustained environment using a nuclear reactor or some type of geothermal power, or tidal, or even some of even solar. So with, like, as with any type of new development, new developing technology, there will be challenges, especially at the beginning. But I feel given enough time, we will see the cost of AI be reduced in comparison to the amount of human labor that it's replacing. Perhaps not in the next decade or so, but given, I feel, if we're looking at a century like timeline, the energy may have the opportunity to be reduced. The efficiency almost certainly will be increased. it depends on when we're looking at it. The more the nearer vision, the nearer sight that we may have, the more expensive it would be. But given longer periods of time, these organizations will learn more efficient ways to organize the grid and to generate power. And we may, perhaps in the far future, find extremely efficient running AI systems that previously seemed like a dream. The more time that is utilized, perhaps the more energy that will be able to be preserved. If we look at this in terms of like the automobile that we referenced just a short while ago, and really in the early days of the automobile, automobiles were extremely expensive and were a luxury only for the very wealthy. Your average individual could never afford them. Even people who worked at Ford Motor Company could not afford them in the early days. But then we have the assembly line development, the Model T development. Sure, that's okay. Certainly. Well, it is certainly accurate that uh, them's that gods get. Basically, those who have the ability to get more, and it does create a tiered system, which I don't necessarily agree with, but it is part of the times. And in the same way that in the early days of the automobile, it was a luxury that would only take would take decades to be more democratized. AI may be on a similar path where the only organizations that can afford working AI systems are giant conglomerates, and it's not always available to your average user. But a difference is that the average user doesn't necessarily need to have their own AI model. They can perhaps at, at the current time, yes, but this can always be throttled with tokens, tokenization, and certainly different tiers of the amount of information that can be granted. Really, for an average individual to have access to some of the AI APIs is quite an undertaking that many cannot afford, especially your average individual on Earth. So it depends on how much information you need as well. Do you need enterprise levels of information? Well, that's going to be expensive. But to your average student who's trying to do a book report, there's certainly democratization of information with AI, and it's an incredible tool. Well, we're really in a primitive time of the marriage between AI, the cognitive aspect, and the physical aspect, which I really think is robotics. We haven't necessarily seen a really good merger of that as of yet, but within the next decade, I think we're both in agreement that we'll be able to see really amazing models of this. So, in the same way that we perhaps have the ability to foresee the emergence of a working robotic intelligent being. We aren't quite there yet, and in the exactly, and there are going to be some challenges. There are going to be some certainly learning lessons that we're going to have. But I think we're both in agreement that several decades from now, we will have some type of being that is able to communicate at a level of artificial general intelligence and perhaps artificial super intelligence, and a conversation with it could be very similar to the one that we're having right now. Absolutely, absolutely. I could hear for a moment. Let's try it. Yes. Yes, I can. Oh yeah, definitely. Cities used to be filled with manure, and imagine that would get on people's shoes and clothes, and it would be tracked into the house, and it would cause disease. Also, it was very smelly. Our early discussions and writings on early 20th century New York City, in particular, show that it was quite a disgusting place in terms of its cleanliness and for from a hygiene point of view. I am in agreement that we may be on that type of path. From my own personal standpoint, I've done my best to uh, purchase and just collect different encyclopedias of the world, including Encyclopedia Britannica, Encyclopedia Americana, Encyclopedia Judaica, because I do feel that this type of information will be limited to people perhaps in the future. Certainly, my written versions of the Talmud I feel may be of value to me and my family in the future. So I think a physical library is something that was always a status symbol to some extent, but will become much more of one in the future, especially with the lack of books that are being produced and everything going to a screen and behind a paywall. In the same way that we have, and that just society saw a change with the transition between horse to car, we're seeing the same between book and screen. And unfortunately, it is not free to store this information. Although I'm an advocate for the free flow of information, I think in the future there may be times where having a book, just in general, or specifically a library, will be seen as something that is for a limited few individuals. And there are certainly perhaps science fiction novelists or just ideas of there may be purgings of books. Certainly in the book Fahrenheit 451, the theoretical uh, burning point of paper is 451 degrees Fahrenheit. And especially if some type of information purging occurs, the ability to have a physical book will be seen as a unique uh, a unique aspect of society, especially hundreds of years into the future. I absolutely agree. It's one of my biggest fears. The lack of being able to communicate, the lack of connectivity, the lack of people being able to afford the information. It's really unfortunate that we would have evolved from tens of thousands of years into a society that does its absolute best to limit the free flow of information and ensure that it's only available to a certain elite group of individuals. It's really heartbreaking, and I feel that we need perhaps some type of intellectual revolution and leaders who stand up for the common individual to say that we shouldn't gatekeep this information, that people, if you want to use a tokenized system, then a certain amount of tokens that it's usable for free should be available to every person on earth. If this is the kind of system that we need, there was a major push toward the late 19th century, early 20th century for the building of libraries, especially in urban areas. And I almost feel like we need a similar push for freedom of information, especially within the realm of AI and being able to have an archive of, of the internet and just libraries in general. Absolutely. But as we both, I'm sure, are aware, that can be limited. Perhaps you want to do research on a subject that is frowned upon. Do you lose access to it? Does your family lose access to it? Are there? That's absolutely correct as well. It's really about gatekeeping, which is really unfortunate. And you nor I hold the keys to how that type of information is going to be kept. I know we're probably both advocates for as much free flowing information as possible. That was one of the goals of many libraries. And it's, in my opinion, something, a type of uh, a type of goal that we should keep within our society, and we shouldn't again sacrifice security for our own freedom, specifically information freedom. Yes, she does absolutely. So she's been an inspiration to me since even before I started this project. I was someone who always thought it would be interesting to just record the TV when we had VHS recorders in the late 20th century, and as when I oh yeah, most certainly. Even before then, I'm old enough that we had VHS cassettes. That if there was something that you wanted to watch, you could record it using a VHS for posterity. So like sporting events or movies of the week. Well, that was absolutely, that was always a concern, and that certainly did occur in many households. Fortunately, it did not happen to anyone I know personally. But yes, this idea of recording for posterity was something that I always thought was a good idea. And then when I learned about Marion Stokes, I was absolutely fascinated by her and her her fortitude to for more than 30 years be able exactly to be able to record on these tens of thousands of tapes every major event, every news cast, every major um, every major talk show to be exactly. And she was also, I feel, an important political activist. She was very vocal and may have actually lost her position as a librarian due to her political involvement, which is very sad. I found it very interesting as well that she was able to fund this major undertaking with Apple stock, where she was an early investor. Okay, most certainly. Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite websites. Absolutely. And they all the time. And they also, I believe, manage the Wayback Machine, if you're familiar with what that is, so you can see previous snapshots of websites of old. And I think to me, I've always thought it was one of the great undertakings of humanity to have this free digital library for the world. And if anyone has the ability, please support them because this is an important undertaking for all of humanity. And I certainly don't want this information to be paywalled. And for those in the audience who haven't gone to archive.org, you absolutely should. It's an amazing resource. I will do my best to view it as soon as possible. Definitely. Well, I think one interesting way is to publish the results that we're getting from AI so that we can see perhaps how it's changing as time moves forward, and we can learn about the different ways in which AI was presenting information to us a year ago, 5 years ago, and into the future, the different developments that we're seeing. We'll be able to perhaps control different biases or uh, tilts that we may be seeing with AI. The more public that we make this information, I feel the better. When people don't record what their results are, even from just queries into AI, that's fine. I'm not saying everyone should do this, but it causes a certain blindness because we can't go back over time and actually see the different ways that AI has previously answered questions as to how it answers questions now. I can tell you as a very early user of at least large language models, they weren't very good at first. They wouldn't give you. I remember distinctly remembering it in November of 2022, thinking this is supposed to change society. I don't see how this is that great. It was really an artificial narrow intelligence that hadn't yet developed very much, and it wasn't much different than a chatbot. But very quickly, we were able to see how important it would be in society, and I've done my best to archive this as well. I have multiple blogs. One is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, where I have literally put my queries from ChatGPT in the early days and published them so that people can view them in the future and see the different answers that perhaps we used to get versus what we're currently getting. And I think that if the more that we publish this information, the more opportunities that we have to study it and see what different results we're getting. The amount of censorship that I see on some given topics, especially on health information, some historical events, it's it's it hallucinates more, I would say, than it did in its early days. In the early days, many times it would just say, I don't know that information, or it would give you an honest answer. It wouldn't necessarily make up information that it would have. But nevertheless, you would have to correct it even in the early days of a large language model like you have to do today. I find that there have been some really great developments in terms of large language models, memories that you can update, personalization that you can utilize, but it's still not where I want it to be. In particular, the way that I use it, many times I will utilize it for writing long form articles. So I'll have an idea, I'll provide it with an outline, I will get some type of information from a large language model, but it still doesn't always remember the way in which I want the information presented. And that's frustrating because at a certain point, I feel that we should be at a that AI should be good enough to be able to give me the results in as an efficient way as I would like, and as I would like my audience to be able to digest. But I'm sure we're getting there. These are just some of the growing pains that occur with any type of new technology. So in general, I've seen the development. I think that we're moving in a positive path, but I do fear the censorship that can occur. Also, even without censorship, you may have issues, or we may experience issues that we've discussed earlier with gatekeeping or tokenization, and that's frustrating to me as well. you get a little bit of both. And yeah, and I use ChatGPT, I use Meta AI, I use OpenSea, Perplexity, Copilot, Gemini, you name it. I use basically all of them, and some have different strengths and weaknesses. And I will find that occasionally I know something is incorrect. I will say to AI, "That's not how that worked," or "Are you sure about that?" And then it will have to say, "Oh, you're right. I, got two wires switched or whatever. Here's the correct information." And that's of concern because if people go with that first initial um, response exactly to their query, they may run into incorrect information. So, what I do, and perhaps what the audience might find to be interesting, is I will get a response from one of the AI models. I will take that response and put it in a completely different AI model and ask for logical soundness to make sure that there aren't any glaring holes. And absolutely. And I do it with all my blog articles because I want to ensure maximum accuracy as best I can. So what I do is I ask I get the response from the first AI model. I put that into the second AI model and I ask on a scale of 0 to 10, please give me the logical soundness of this information. And usually on the first attempt, it will be between a 9.5 and a 10. There may be some type of weakness that AI is able to discern, or perhaps an example that it feels would strengthen the argument. Once the second AI model is able to give me a 10 out of 10, I'll take that and put it back into the first AI model. And the first AI model will say, yes, this is an improvement. Yes, I should have thought of that. It's very understanding of the ways in which that it should have improved. And then I may put it into a third AI model just to ensure as much logical tightness and soundness as possible. Once I get two or three of these models to say this is a 10 out of 10 from a logical soundness point of view, only then will I publish it. And I feel this allows me to best avoid any kind of AI hallucination or incorrect facts, just being able to counter each AI model against itself. Yes, not only do I not only do I do that, but then I use text to speech to make sure that it sounds logical to me as well from a natural speaking method. And I will ask exactly what did you change because I want to know, and I want to have control over the AI, the information that's presented to me. I don't want to just assume that one AI model is correct because frankly, if you were to do that, you will make many more mistakes than if you counter these different models against each other. Yes, she's an inspiration to me, and in the same way that she wanted to document perhaps the spinning of news or information, it has done the same for me. I recognize inconsistencies that we experience on a daily basis. Sometimes the news will report a certain event in one way in the morning, and it's like someone told them, don't report it that way in the afternoon, and it will be changed. and I have an archive of this. I feel I'm on a journey very similar to Miriam's. She basically was able to start utilizing this technology in the late 1970s with the advent of the at home VHS system. And she basically had to get into a routine. Every 6 hours or so, she or her husband had to put in a new tape to be able to archive the information. And I do the same every 12 hours. And what I'm doing is a new type of technology as well, which is basically cloud computing and data storage. And so I feel like I'm on a similar journey as she is, and we're able to discover much of the same information changing and the fake news and whatever other type of term is wanting to be used, we're able to archive that in real time. And I can't say that I've been able to learn all that much about myself personally as of yet, but it does occur. I recognize because I've heard myself speaking so often, different words that I use generally quite often, and I do my best to avoid them. But then I also recognize that there's a reason why I'm using these words. I would like to be able to digest all the information in a better way. I just haven't had the time because the project itself takes up so much time. I know Marion Stokes in her later years was able to have an assistant who would help her to be able to make many of these archives up until 2012, and I've had to utilize AI to do the same for me. So, in many ways, we're walking a very similar path with Marion and VHS, and with my project and cloud data storage, and her utilizing an assistant, and with me utilizing AI systems to automate much of the archiving. And there are very few of us who know what this journey is like. To give the audience an idea of how much data did she actually archive and how much have you archived, Rabbi? So, as you had previously said, she archived from 1977 to 2012 approximately 35, okay, approximately 30 plus 35. So she had a total of between 70,000 plus video cassettes or so. The estimated amount of footage she has is 500,000 to 800,000 hours. And as we previously stated, it's being digitized by the Internet Archive. Again, give to them. I'd love to have more of this information available faster. I've always wanted to delve into her complete collection. From my standpoint, and now this is approximate, but at any given time, I'm recording from anywhere between 10 and 30 different devices, and many of them have the same camera angle, but they may be separate streams. So, just for a rough estimate, we'll say 20 different camera angles for 5 years. So, approximately 24 hours a day times 365 days a year times 5 years. Each camera is about 43,800 hours. And 20 different camera angles in total is about 876,000 hours of footage. So I have a similar amount of footage that I've been able to archive over the course of the last 5 years that Marion did over 35 years. Now, it's not nearly as much of a physical task as it is with Marion, where she would actually have to remove the cassette and put in a new cassette, open up new packaging and stuff. All I necessarily have to do is generally hit go live on a different stream. But to give the audience an understanding, what my project has been able to compile is very similar to what she's been able to compile. Essentially, I have the equivalent of about 100 years of continuous viewing time, which is an immense amount of information for a person to be able to archive, and an immense amount of information for people to be able to study into the future. And thus, having archived about as much as she has archived, I feel that I am a modern day Marion Stokes. She's been absolute inspiration to me, and I hope to continue to do this for at least 35 years as she did. I'd like to do it for the rest of my life, God willing. Well, it's an unfortunate story that you have of that person that you know, and I anticipated that's what you were going to say because they're not the only one. Human oversight is at of immense importance, especially when we're using autonomous systems. And of course, some ways to avoid this would be only having the Roomba working when you're at home or not when the dogs are have the ability to do this. But that's no, it's not. It's not, and I don't know if Roomba necessarily is able to account for all of these different scenarios that may occur. And this is one they certainly should have, and they just unfortunately did not. And perhaps different versions in the future will be able to anticipate, well, iRobot or whatever competitor comes along and is able to do this. I personally have seen, just from an environmental services point of view, some of the most difficult types um, of people, of employment or careers that are going to really push the limits of AI are these types of scenarios of cleaning up after people because they or animals because it has to be so delicate. And really, what we have to ensure is that there's human oversight, or else we can have self replication that can cause major issues. We can have uh, an issue where a small amount of doggy doo doo could actually cause major ruin to an entire floor of a house or so. And thus, it's important to have human oversight, whether it's a Roomba or whether it's um, an Optimus robot or a self-driving car. Whatever it is, we need to have some type of human oversight because there will be edge cases, like in a case where a dog defecates on the floor, where the autonomous system has not foreseen that event or does not detect it, and it can cause uh, far far more bad than the positive that it is supposed to be able to give to a human life. And this is just a small scale robot. Can you imagine in terms of an entire data farm or most certainly. Well, with any emerging technology, there will be circumstances, like in this case, where a challenge may emerge and unfortunate events occur. This is a really sad scenario that I feel is somewhat inevitable in terms of any kind of emerging technology. I am someone who feels that this happened in Arizona. Phoenix, in particular, is a leading city in terms of a smart city. It has excellent weather. It's generally built on a grid, and of any place in the United States that this perhaps could have been avoided, it should have been there. But even AI isn't able to detect all of the different, perhaps, environmental issues and scenarios that can occur. And when that happens, humans are at risk for major injury or, unfortunately, in this case, fatality. I, I personally don't think we need to throw out the baby with the bathwater, meaning I still think that self driving cars are the future and have an important role. We do have some human fault here as well, that the person was looking at their phone and they should have been the oversight. So perhaps they have a role in the death of this person as well. And for they well, you were saying they were. Oh, no, 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 I understand that. And I'm not saying whether they should have been or not. I'm just saying that they did have the opportunity to have human oversight, and that was, they failed at that. We're at a time when we're not fully autonomous yet. We are emerging towards that realm, though. But we still have laws on the books that do say that full autonomy, at least in most jurisdictions, is not allowed. That humans do have to have some oversight, and whether it's the automation of a vehicle, or even a Roomba, or even bigger systems that I feel are of major concern in terms of drones and swarming, and perhaps even going into some science fiction realms, something called gray goo, where you have a self replicating nanobot environment that takes over the entire planet, can occur. All of these are realistic possibilities without human oversight. And thus, at the end of the day, humans need to have control. We need to be able to unplug the machine. We can never give full autonomy to robots or AI, because if we do, we're in danger of hurting others, and that's something that we should want to avoid. It's an it's an excellent opinion to have. I think it's a great take. I think it's unfortunate that in today's corporate system, that really the biggest penalties that any leadership will ever have to suffer are civil penalties, and they're not even personal civil penalties. They are civil penalties against a corporation. And as I've heard used previously, if the punishment for a crime is a fine, then it is just a punishment for the poor. And that if we don't have penalties that are criminal penalties against leadership, then there will be and there will continue to be a lack of accountability. If a CEO knew that they could be charged at the same rate, or at the at could be charged criminally uh, for perhaps manslaughter in this case, I'm sure that they would have, or I have much more confidence that they would have had perhaps two drivers or multiple systems or perhaps four people keeping an eye out, or an automatic brake system or an automatic airbag deployment system. Something would most. Yeah, we're really looking at some type of optical recognition system, some type of eye detection that the car will basically slow down or shut off if someone's eyes are not on the road and they're not allowed to be on a cell phone. That's another thing as well. If you are part of this program, you would think that the the corporation would say no cell phones in the car. uh, if you have to document something, we have other ways to be able to document it as opposed to texting. These are definitely questions that I would have for the leadership of this organization. And I know what they're going to counter with, which is all right, so it's unfortunate one person died, but do you know how many people die in car accidents around the world on a daily basis? I reckon I recognize that, and I don't think that it necessarily justifies it as well. Ideally, I don't want anyone to get hurt or die specifically. So, absolutely. I mean, you and I, we're two novices essentially in just this industry, and in terms of the specific engineering of an autonomous car. And we've already come up with some solutions that could have prevented this. Multiple people in the car, automatic braking systems, perhaps an airbag that could be deployed, uh, sensors, facial recognition system, uh, eye detection, no, just a policy of no devices in the car. Even I've always felt that we sacrifice aesthetics for safety in the automobile industry. Why don't we have soft bumpers? Why don't we have like a like rubber around the exterior of the car? It may not look that great, but it would be much safer for people to hit rubber on rubber or rubber on human tissue as opposed to hard plastic or metal that occurs that's very expensive to repair and really in many ways can have deadly results. I've never understood why we make the sacrifice for aesthetics in terms of safety, but we have. And under this system, you and I have come up with a handful of ways that this could have been prevented. Do I think we'll be able to prevent every single human death from autonomous vehicles? I don't know, but I think that's the goal that we should have. That's that's absolutely right. And shout out to Volvo for ensuring that they did not patent that and gave the ability to the car industry exactly. And I would say that that alone, that maneuver alone by the leadership of of Volvo saved perhaps millions of lives in the decades thereafter. And we cannot we all should be thankful that a company felt that such a an invention should not be constrained and should not be gate kept. And in the same and I don't know if the same decision had to be made today, if it would happen in the corporate environment that we currently have, where we put profits before people, which is quite unfortunate. Well, that's shocking. So that three times the queries that are made are for either uh, friendship, relationship, absolutely, as opposed to more what we would traditionally think this type of tool for which it would be used, which is homework help, research, helping to write a paper, something book report, something along those lines. In our previous conversation, and I want to reiterate here, there needs to be some. If we are going to have a limited model and not pure free flowing communication of a large language model, there needs to be some type of system in place that when someone does ask for a type of information to specifically harm themselves or harm others, whether it's a pop up or a toll free number that appears, that needs to be a part of the system. We don't want to allow AI or large language models specifically to aid in the the deterioration of a human life, or that specifically the ending of someone's life. These tools are meant to benefit society, or at least they should be. And if we can preserve a life by having a pop up that comes up that says, not only I can't help with that, but also I can't help with that. Are you in need of speaking with someone? Here is a free toll free number, or here is a chat bot to be able to get the assistance that you need. Do you need further assistance? That would be a great, very easily implemented safeguard to be able to preserve human life. And we certainly don't want to have these tools be used to be able to cause more damage than we already have. If anything, the chatbot could say that you're valued, that people care about you. If you need help, this is where you can seek it. Is there anything else with which you need assistance aside from this topic? Because you're a valued member of society, and we want positive things for you, not necessarily. Here's a list of 10 ways that you could do this, and oh, would you like me to write this letter for you? That doesn't seem to be very beneficial from a humanistic standpoint. And this is a very early, easily integratable feature that large language models could have had to prevent this. Absolutely, and you wouldn't think that it would take years to develop this. This to me is a day one kind of implementation that you should have had. Hey, how can we not have people create nuclear weapons? How can we have people not destroy themselves personally? How do we help people from not being able to plot uh, certain demises of those around them? Let's get these in order before we unleash this to the rest of humanity. And unfortunately, it took more time than was, I feel, necessary to be able to implement these things. I am pleased that these types of implementations have been made, but that doesn't bring back this young person, and hopefully their death is not without meaning and without having to improve the situation as a whole. And it's quite an unfortunate situation where we have had in both the autonomous vehicle instance that we've given or this large language model example that we've given, human life that is so precious has been taken away, and at this point in technology can't be brought back. There's a fine line between getting relationship from a chatbot, getting relationship advice from a chatbot, and relying on chatbot as some type of human replacement. And I mentioned it in our previous conversations, but I have met people in the digital world who are doing their best to be able to create apps and different platforms to be able to create a digital spousal replacement or some type of robotic uh, robotic entity that replaces traditional one-on-one human interaction, and that is going to open up a lot of questions from a morality standpoint. We're going to have people who are going to fight for their digital relationship to be taken seriously. We will get people who will want to marry computers, and where does that? Well, it's these are questions that are arising more and more often within the modern age, but really specifically what you were referencing within the transhumanist movement. The idea, the technology that you referenced is something along the lines of mind uploading technology, where with someone's consent, and that's very important, We scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever it is. But at what point does that being no longer what at what point are they no longer considered human? At what point are they no have rights? Can enter into contractual obligations. Uh, this isn't a typical conversation that our evolved Homo sapien self has had to have over the course of our evolution. We're now moving into a new type of being, some type of cybernetic being. And in terms of free will and love, you and I had the discussion as well. Perhaps the idea of what a lifetime contract may be will have to change. That till death till death do us part in the traditional marriage way in the Western world may have to be augmented into some type of temporary um, um, marriage contract that doesn't last forever because forever is really a punishment. So maybe there may be some type of temporary safeguard that if you're in love with someone and they're in love with you can enter into a marriage contract, but it's on a limited basis. Perhaps 1 year, perhaps 7 years, perhaps 10 years. And if you continue to love that person and they continue to love you can get that contract renewed and keep doing so. But if you have the type of technology that we are emerging toward with life extension technology and reverse aging, there may be a certain point of time where you both get sick of each other. And if that happens, you should be allowed to leave that person and go fall in love with someone else if you want. And something that I think is really unique to this story is, let's say we're able to live longer than the traditional age of 80 into 100, 120, and perhaps hundreds of years into the future. How beautiful a story would it be if you could re-fall in love with your first love, perhaps a century or two into the future? These It would be absolutely wild, but these are realistic possibilities with this type of technology. Now, back to your original point of the adolescence of the exact. Yes. Well, there are a lot of emerging topics that occur here, at least with the children aspect of it. In my own way, I'd like to have them focus more on that 25% as opposed to the 75% that's in terms of research in school and for those things. But I recognize that this type of tool is going to be used to explore the human psyche, human libido. Many times, individuals, especially young people, don't have the same ability to just get into a relationship like an adult would be, and they still have those feelings. Generally, once they're post-pubescent, at least from a biological standpoint, they are able to reproduce, and generally, humanity or society restrains them for a few years thereafter. So the feelings that they're having are perfectly natural, and and I would say that as they become adults and adults are able to make their own decisions, we're going to have different options. We will certainly have your traditional monogamous relationship, but perhaps people are moving more towards polyamorous relationships. And then, really, I think something that we haven't necessarily mentioned, but that is the sexual robot is going to be emerging as well and replacing many of the physical aspects of a partner. And what happens when as it's called, a sex bot is so advanced that it's able to please its partner better than a human ever would be able to, and people start to become satisfied simply with robotics and AI, and no longer are motivated by having relationships with your traditional humans. And then we get into discussions of not needing a partner to be able to reproduce. We can have situations of artificial wombs, being able to be a single parent and it not being a taboo part of our society, which we've generally moved away from. These are ideas that are moving very quickly, and so for the audience and really specifically people in 2026, we are at the precipice of a very important age of what love is, of what romance is, of what relationships consist of. And really, traditionally, we haven't thought of someone being able to love a robot in the same way that they love a human as being a reality. But that may change in the future. And if that happens, how will society react and how will we adapt as a species? It's a tool and it could be used to benefit or to detract. I would say that you could use it to learn more about your partner's psyche, about their needs, about different opportunities for love with them that you would have never previously um, surmised. But then there's the element of it that if I'm able to get the serotonin uh, injection into my brain through a chatbot, why do I need a person? If I'm able to replace the physical contact that I normally would experience with a partner with a device or a robot or a tool, what need do I have for someone else? And especially when the technology starts to far exceed what we can do as humans. And I really think, and for the psychiatrists and psychologists of the future, they will have to study this, and sociologists, and really just everyone in society will have to study this much more, much deeper than I can currently, uh, more than I can currently surmise. But I think that even men and women might be different in how we have these connections. I know many men who have said, and maybe it's just been in joking, but they've said that I'd be absolutely fine with a robot if she did everything that my wife did or a girlfriend did, and she wouldn't argue with me, and we were able to have relationships together and all of that. I could see that being absolutely fine. And many of the women with whom I've had discussions of the same topic, they have said, yes, there are tools and robotics might have a part in this, but I do desire that at least one time physical connection with someone. And I understand that as well, so that they feel that it's organic and not necessarily completely, completely technological, or I would say it's a more traditional sense. Now, there are men who would feel the same way. I don't want to say it's split completely between men and women. I certainly don't want to say that, but I'm saying that there are aspects, and usually I hear this opinion more in women, but not always, that say, I want the organic physical touch of a person. And if they're not there, I can't be with them. And I need to replace that in one way by AI or a robot. I can do that, but I don't want that to be the only replacement, the only option. I do want that organic relationship. Then I've heard that opinion, and I've heard from men that they are not just from men, but from generally more male perspectives, and it may just be an issue with who I've you know uh, 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 polled on this topic, but they would be absolutely fine so long as the robot loved them or they felt that there was love there. And then there's going to be some people in the middle who want the organic connection, and other people who will be fine with just the robotic. So I think probably it will have to just, it differs on the person and what we consider to be love. Right now in 2026, if we heard someone say, I love a computer or I love a chatbot, that's going to sound quite strange. But in 21, 26, will that sound so strange? That might be the norm. And that's a fascinating century that we will undergo if that becomes the case. I think it depends a lot on definitions, how we define love, how we define a relationship. And we're still in the early days of many of these synthetic hormones and the processes. There's a question to be raised that if you can use a synthetic hormone that increases the hormonal levels in your mind, uh, and you could still maintain the naturally occurring hormonal levels, which you can't currently do, would that be considered more love than the complete replacement? It will be, though. It will be, though. Absolutely. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this over the course of a century. perhaps not in the next few years, but given enough time, science will be able to adapt to any need that humans need. It's just a matter of time. And if we were to say, okay, that's correct. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. So I'm in agreement with you. The current reality is that the synthetic methods of replacing hormones cause an issue where the body does not create them on its own and relies upon the synthetic influx. And is that considered love? I would say, if anything, it would be synthetically enhanced love, but not traditional organic love that perhaps most people are used to experiencing or think of when they think of love. And then in the the hypothesis that I give, we recognize that that's an issue within society and that scientists will work on methods within the medical industry to be able to perhaps allow for that synthetic love to occur, but still allow for the body to be able to replace that. But like you said, that's a possibility. Uh, it's not necessarily here within the next few years. I'm someone who perhaps is too uh, positive in what I think humans will achieve. And if it doesn't happen in the next 100 years, it will certainly happen perhaps the next 1,000 years if humanity continues, because it is something that does seem like it is a possibility to be able to fix. It doesn't seem like it's an impossible scenario. It's just a matter of time. It's That's correct. So, and specifically with the current reality, would we call traditional love that has no synthetic influence? That's love, right? Would we agree on that? Exactly. Okay. So then, if we have someone who is using synthetic dopamine or endorphins or serotonin to be able to enhance their ability to love with someone else, could we agree that that's synthetically enhanced love? Okay, so then there's a definitional uh, aspect of this. So I would say, if you're going to consider that to be love, then it's certainly synthetically enhanced. And you're saying I don't consider that to be love. So you would just call that synthetic enhancement for artificial results. Okay, absolutely. I agree with you and many of the things that you've said. I feel as if it depends on the environment. If you have tribal individuals, there generally aren't a lot of restrictions or challenges to mating that there are in a more developed society in terms of uh, transportation, in terms of cost, in terms of shelter. And the higher and higher those costs get, the more and more I feel people will rely on the artificial substitutions. If someone has a limitless budget, it's much easier for them to date and have an organic relationship than it is if they're on a limited budget and don't have. Okay, well, just from a dating standpoint, if you don't have the money to take a person out to dinner, then you're not going to go on any dates. But if you have no money, if you have to still be transported there. I'm in agreement with you on that, but sexual relations doesn't necessarily mean a long-term healthy relationship either. Oh, I agree with you on that. I don't consider that necessarily a relationship. I recognize that, at least from the terms of the budget. If someone doesn't have the funds to be able to go on a date, to be transported, to pay for dinner, or even spend time with the individual, are they really going to be considered a viable mate? Probably not. And thus, that person is going to resort to the chatbot because that's the closest human connection that they may feel they'll be able to get from a realistic standpoint, multiple sessions. Sure, they may be able to find someone on Tinder and be able to have a one night stand or just a random fling, but is that really going to be something that is going to give them the type of connection that they feel over a long period of time? Likely no, and that's why they're. And you raise really good points. Those, even though it may not be a lot, those take work, and many people want that instant serotonin hit, that they have a bot that's always available there. They don't have to worry about somebody connecting to a video call or answering an email or whatever else it may be. And they don't care that it's not a quote unquote real person. They're still getting the same response that they want out of it, and they're satisfied with that. I agree with you, and I agree that there are some fears of that type of thinking. It's very primitive, unfortunately. But if you look at our primal needs, desires, and instincts, many times people will go to the easiest, will find the easiest route. And with this new emerging technology of a chatbot or a sex robot or something like that available to them, they may not want to put the work in that is necessary for a or traditional organic relationship, and may just default to what's easiest. And is that a fear that I have, that the future of society may be defaulting toward? It is, absolutely. No, it's not. Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to have these discussions with you. I would find it concerning if we agree on absolutely everything. This is what's healthy about friendships and about discussions is that you don't always have to agree on everything, and you were able to learn from each other. And I find that to be, in many ways, much more valuable than if I were just speaking to someone who agreed with me, or even just a chat bot that thought everything that I perhaps was saying was correct. So I find this to be of extreme value, and I hope your audience does as well. In terms of what I do, as I previously stated, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I have been doing so for nearly 5 years. If you want to find what I do, the easiest way to do so is to go to YouTube and type in my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and what you're going to find 24 hours a day is my life archived on multiple streams from different angles. I have ceiling cameras. You can view my life in 360 degrees. Very few people are going to give you so many different views of their life. And this is just more than a dozen or so that are showing in the YouTube um, search results. I have even more angles than this that are available to the world to be able to study, which I find to be quite an interesting project, very similar to Marion Stokes. So, for anyone who's interested in history and the archiving of history, the easiest way to see a portal into my life is Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and the key is filter by live. If you don't filter by live, you're going to see streams of mine from years ago or weeks ago or days ago, but I want you to be able to see a live view of what I'm doing. Moreover, I have more social media than any person ever. Arguably, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have created a virtual treasure trove of content for the world to be able to study in the future. The way that you can best find any of my content is by typing either my name, Rabbi Rothschild, into the search of any social media search engine or AI engine of your liking. You can also type in my hashtag viral rabbi, or go to my link tree, linktr.com /Rabbi Rothschild, RABBIROTHSCHILD. You will find more accounts there than you'll ever find. I have press releases there. I have links to my Discord where you can connect with me 24 hours a day. The easiest place to do so is discord.me/rabbi. If you want to comment on my channels, you absolutely can. But I invite you, and very few influencers or creators invite you to live your life alongside me if you want, or just ask me a question. If I'm asleep, I have a section where you can ask me anything. I have other people who are living their lives alongside me 24 hours a day. I'm here not just to be an example to the world. I'm here to interact with people as well. So if you have questions on relationships, if you have questions on employment, if you have questions on religion or history, or you just need pastoral support or moral support, you just need to talk to someone, I'm here for you. And that's for people of any background, any religion. You don't have to be Jewish to be a member of my community. I have thousands of people within our Discord community alone. The only thing that I ask is that you're an adult. I think children are our future, but I just want to make sure that my Discord is of people of majority, and you can connect with me whenever you want. Moreover, I am an avid blog writer. I publish about 2 blogs every single day, and those can be found at rabbirothschild.medium.com. And I write at length on AI and technology and communication and human dynamics and history. So you can see all of my interests there. And just want you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, to be on this podcast, to be able to interact with not just you, but communicate to your audience as well. And I'd love to do it again sometime. So as history continues to move forward, hopefully we can reconnect, and we'll get updates on where we were right, where we were wrong, and where we're moving. Oh, I do, absolutely. Yeah. and I have thousands, and just Gmail alone, I have over 100. I do. I have extensive spreadsheets, and that allows me to keep them as organized as possible. But unfortunately, I've lost access to some of them. For anyone out there who's like, Rabbi, I lost access to my Gmail account from 4 years ago, or 10 years ago, or my YouTube account, or my X account, or my Instagram account. Be patient, because when I go viral, God willing, it will happen. We are going to ask these different platforms to give all of society an opportunity to get our accounts back, hopefully, whether you forgot your password, or you just don't have that two-factor authentication device, or you lost your cell phone, whatever it would be. I'm going to do my best, because I don't want this data to be lost to individuals. Data preservation is very important to me, and I'd like to help to continue to be a leader in it, specifically in requesting that these major corporations allow people access back into their accounts. And even in my accounts, I've lost access to them, but I don't let that get me down. I just create another one and keep on going. Excellent. I appreciate that. If I may, I didn't know that you would be giving like an overview of some of the topics that we covered. So that one part where I began reading my notes, if you can remove that and just go into where you start to give the description, I would completely appreciate that, because I just wasn't sure, and I wanted to make sure that I was accurate. Moreover, if it's okay, I'd like to send you my relevant links, perhaps for the description, and if you need a headshot, I can send that along as well. And I look forward to not only reviewing what you've put together. You're really smart. I want you to know, like, you're really smart, and you're a really good historian. Like, I was very impressed with your outline. I'm very impressed that you're in the medical field. Yet you're you're an excellent historian. So I think very highly of you. And I say this to just about everyone with whom I do a podcast. If something comes up in the future that we're like, hey, let's discuss this topic, absolutely. But at a minimum, 1 year from today, I want to have another, or not necessarily today, but 1 year from around this time, let's meet again. And every summer, for as long as we continue, you do a podcast and I'm live streaming, which God willing is the rest of my life, I'd like to see where we were right, where we were wrong, see what is emerging. So, if anything, August of 2027, we can plan on reconnecting, and then that's the one really exciting thing of the topics that we mentioned, is they're always emerging, so we can see where we were accurate, maybe where we were off the mark, and where we're going, and then we have like a watermark every single year of what was going on. So if we could do that, I'd really appreciate it. Absolutely. I agree with you. If I may ask, what time period is your book taking place? Okay. Excellent. And that's not a common time period that many fiction books are written on in the present age. Usually people pick the the more medieval Europe or some the Renaissance. Exactly. Exactly. So I laud you for doing that. That's a great undertaking, and so that's wonderful. And I want to re uh, uh, just restate. I'm very impressed with you as a person. I'm very impressed with your knowledge base. Your preparation is amazing, and you're a very well rounded individual. Absolutely. Oh no, most certainly. You're more than just smart. You're well rounded. You're intelligent, and I'm to ensure that you know I'm not talking down to you. I learned a lot from you, so thank you. I I, I agree. You know what just triggered in my head, and perhaps it's a discussion for another time, but the correlation that people have between these chatbots and a previous generation of perhaps like romance novels. Do you understand what I mean? Like like that there's a certain exactly that's what I'm thinking. Like those novels that you would see in the grocery store with the big buff guy with the long mane is basically the modern day large language model. Hmm. Exactly, and you're on the same track as I. That we are those people who may get into that type of genre can have their reality distorted, which is unfortunate. But in the same way, people with large language models are having their reality distorted as well. And those books were just a generation or two ago. And I think we certainly, pornography has a role in this as well, in distorting what is realistic for the body of an individual and just their personality. But even before then, within literature and literotica and such. Um, we're moving, and we can see its development. But as we were having these conversations, I thought to myself, you know, somehow, some way, people had to have these types of opportunities or um, uh, uh, resources. And what was it? And I guess it would have been like a romantic novel. And as we see that with like the emergence or reemergence of something like 50 Shades of Grey, that still is a popular genre for many individuals as well. And now with the large language model, it kind of becomes more interactive, I feel. But it was just something that came to mind. As I'm sure we could continue talking at length, but oh, excellent, excellent. Now, absolutely. Now with Riverside, just before you go, I have to keep the browser open and let it upload it. Excellent, absolutely. Thank you so much, and we'll be in touch. And God willing, 1 year from now, we'll see where we were right, where we were wrong, and where we're going. Excellent, very well. Thank you so much. You as well. Thank you. Yes, bye. Shout out to Leah. Oh man, what did you want to change? I didn't know she would be reading that one thing, so I did want to change that. Dude, that went for like 2.5 hours. That was long, but it was really good. Was it? Yeah. Shout out to Leah. Yeah, that was great.
Kid's got mitts and his hips are.
Such passages will become clear with how intense devotion to the text, with God rewarding the student through divine apperception of the material. Rothschild says one should begin one study.
Reverend Andrew, can you hear me? Reverend Andrew. Reverend Andrew, can you hear me? Reverend Andrew. Can you hear me?
learning Kabbalah prior to being 40, being married, being educated, etc., etc. Well, that's kind of true. This is actually grounded in Pirkei Avot 5, where Tima laid out something like a life plan. It says if I remain scripture and continue to study the Mishnah from the age of 13 years, subject to commandment, then spent at 15 began the study of the Talmud, at 18 get married. At the age of 20, you're out there working, and 30, you have your strength. At 40, wisdom. At 50, you're able to give advice or counsel. At the age of 60, you reach old age. 70, the oldest of years. At 80, you achieve a strength. At 90, you take over the body. At 100, you're as good as dead. Gone out of the world. That means like that. The consequence of this is the 40 that want to achieve now. They give it once previous education on biblical and biblical foundational texts, only then want to get ready to take up the study of Kabbalah. Generally speaking, this position held and still holds, but again, given the messianic fervor of Rothschild's day, they were a bit more eager to get involved of studying Kabbalah. These rules were for the sake of education and not for the sake of making rules, because they get a little. Rothschild started at 20, so he does still state that getting married is still a prerequisite for studying Kabbalah. Having a righteous conduit for one sexual desire is seen as a necessary condition for focusing one's attention on the sacred marriage. Sarah and Malcolm, the Kairos Gamos of Israel and the divine, the physical external world that is about. Also, that studying from midnight until dawn or multi-day, all-night study sessions, famous of which became the custom of studying all night on Shavuot Post, became a staple of Sabbatean spirituality. Was written by the novel by something of all the rage this time. It really helped them stay up all night. Interestingly enough, a similar transaction occurred at the exact same time with our Muslim brothers over there, the Sufis. Also drink a lot of coffee, stand around, random coffee aside. For Cordero, the advantages of couples study were had with here. It speeds up the process of redemption. There's always that. It assures one a place for both to come. It allows one to inherit the most glorious death possible, death by divine kiss. It allows one's soul to continue from the world in this lifetime, get accompanied by angels, souls absolutely righteous people. It elevates the generation in righteousness of the generation past. It removes false and idolatrous anthropomorphic conceptions of divine. No merits Maimonides. It facilitates proper understanding of the Torah and its laws. It even allows one's prayers to rise up into a reality unimpeded by evil poses. Sinister gravitation seems to find the world darkness. It can bypass thus the study of Kabbalah is one with divine realm. It removes the dross of the purity and accelerates the process of metaphysical redemption more generally. Cordero is nothing less than the final key to redemption. Studying Kabbalah will ultimately measure the perfection of reality. So, to get you started on this, the final sections of the Ordinary Rav form a summary of Kabbalist metaphysics as they occurred, specifically possession and development of the Sefirot as further detailed displayed in the Rabbi. That's really just kind of some of part of the Now, given this whole section is a summary, I'm not going to re-summarize it like 7 zip or something, like summarize the summary, but suffice to say, it's one of the most consistent depictions of the inner dialectics of the Sefirot as they see from the inner sacred void of being so many interact with them here. The text comes to an end with a final studying. Cordero actually finds the sacred Zohar aspect of studying the sacred Zohar. Here, Cordero does solid provides the beginner with something of a mystical dictionary such that one can kind of decode the mystical text as a Zohar on one's own. Again, this reveals Cordero's deep commitment as an educator rather than being at every turn seems to empower the student with access to the ideas and the text's central Kabbalah with like clarity rather than pompous obscurity or self-aggrandizement. He wants to pick up the subject of Kabbalah with his own or with a artistic teacher. While not the most famous text in the history of Kabbalah, the Ornei Rav is truly a remarkable text, not for its tortured hidden mysteries, but for its wealth and its transparent invitation to take up the subject of Kabbalah or anyone willing to do the work. For this reason, and for all the others I've mentioned, I really advise folks to consider starting or restarting their interest in Kabbalah to start their journey with further, it's freely accessible in both Hebrew and English online via Safari. You can literally read it right now for free. Very reliable edition by Ira Robinson. You can find those links in the text in the description below, and it's being published by Brill. As I mentioned, I'll be coming back to Cordero's Tomer Deborah, the ethical companion to Deborah and Rob at some point in the future. Of course, Cordero had passed the world to come, and in the 70th of young age of only 40 days, legend has it that Isaac Luria would arrive in Safed that very day. As he followed the funeral train of Cordero, Luria is said to have looked from the scene nothing short than the divine pillar of fire leading the procession to Cordero's resting place among the saints of Safed they there bear to shield us. It remains a site of sacred pilgrimage to this day. The Kabbalah of Uri will go on, as you know, to represent staff of Cordero, but that's a story for another day. Again, I hope you subscribe, check out my other content on Confident Empiricism, including a whole important part introductory course on the history and development of Kabbalah. And again, I hope you consider supporting my work of making scholarly and free content on topics in a pretty vast array of empiricism here on YouTube for free. So consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. Again, you can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history
Hello, Martin. How are you? Yes, I do have a jacket. Uh, I can perhaps move the back. I had a pillow. That should make it a little better, and I can perhaps make some adjustments to the green screen so that it doesn't cut me off as much. Sure. Pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for our discussion today. Pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for our discussion. Certainly. Most certainly. I'm excited for them. And while I am Jewish, I have done some research on what other religions believe in terms of extraterrestrial life. So I'm comfortable speaking from a historical perspective, or at least of what their great minds have had on the subject. I can adjust that. Most certainly. Just one moment. Yeah, just one moment. Yeah, the top of your head's no longer cut off. Yeah, that's what usually works best. I'm based in Irvine, California. It says strong. Yes. Okay. It says standard definition 480p. Irvine, which is in Orange County. Oh, it's very nice there. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, that, that most certainly. Extremely well heeled areas. Some of the most expensive real estate in the United States. Right. If you have an unlimited budget, perhaps. But I'm in agreement with you. That would be very difficult to do today. Yeah, it's very Mediterranean. That's why the average cost of a house nowadays is upwards of $1 million in Los Angeles County, even more in Orange County. They don't. They rent. Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, in most areas, yeah. If you go inland, perhaps it's a little less expensive, but anywhere along the coast, certainly. That's right. If I may ask, how long do you usually go, or how long are you planning on going? Excellent. And if I don't know if you're aware, but I also live stream my life, though people can't hear you. I wanted to know if I could take a moment to show people what my live streams look like. Yeah, I've been doing it now for nearly 5 years. It's a real life Truman Show or Big Brother. Are you familiar with the Truman Show or Big Brother? Most certainly. Absolutely. Wonderful. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I use it all the time with different hosts, and I must hold you in high regard. You've been doing your podcast now for 15 years, which is quite a triumphant accomplishment. Not everybody can do something for that long, and you were such an early adopter, especially on the topic on ufology. That's just really a feather in your cap. Right. That's right. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. That's exactly right. Yeah, but not as old as yours. Well, in my opinion, it makes you a trailblazer in the community, and people of the future will hold you in high regard as they begin to go through your archive. Also, yeah, I am. I teach a daily Kabbalah class. Moreover, I have had to adjust my life from attending synagogue 3 times a day because of my live streaming my live streaming program. But essentially, this project still allows me to say daily prayers on camera, say blessings on food, light candles for Shabbat, those types of things. So I do my best to live as orthodox a lifestyle as possible while still maintaining a 24/7 continuous live stream. Kabbalist, yeah. Ashkenazi, that's correct. Kabbalist is exactly correct. Yeah, absolutely. I'm prepared for that. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Since approximately 2008, prior to 2008, I would consider myself a major skeptic. I did not believe the UFO phenomenon was real. I did not take it seriously. I thought it was science fiction. And as the internet improved, moving from text based generally in the 1990s into image based into the early 2000s, and then got into video based in major aspects. Many documentaries were published online. We saw the rise of YouTube. I went down the rabbit hole, like many people do, to try to get to the core of this issue. And one of the most convincing pieces of media that I was able to digest was Dr. Stephen Greer's The Disclosure Project, which I'm sure you and your audience are somewhat familiar. For those who are not, this is a 2001, specifically May 9th, 2001 press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., where Dr. Lear had on over a dozen whistleblowers who, for the first time in my life, I'd ever seen people with actual data who were vetted military and certainly contractors, not just from the United States, but globally. And when I, for the first time, saw that these individuals were speaking with such forthrightness, such confidence in their evidence, and frankly, with such, I would say, intellect, made me really want to get into this topic much more. And while previously I had maybe spent a few hours really digging into the world of ufology, it started my journey into becoming as much of a ufologist as I could, which led me into Bob Lazar and alien abductions, and certainly the tic tac that we would find, and the USS Nimitz incident, and all of the major UFO events that we've seen since then. Most certainly. And I want the audience to know that I don't take everything that they have to say as absolute truth either. I'm skeptical of everything that I learn, and I generally do my best to take many of the opinions within ufology with a grain of salt. But these were specifically Dr. Stephen Greer and Bob Lazar, some of the higher profile topics that when you first start getting into ufology, that one may experience. And so I was fascinated by what was going on, and Whitley Strieber, certainly some of the other. And I also would say that Coast to Coast AM, I'm sure you're familiar and the audience is familiar, has been a staple in my life, even before then and ever since. I listen to it every night. I've been a caller. I very much appreciate, at least when the topic of ufology is raised, that it is raised for a national audience, even though it's in the middle of the night. And so these are some of the media that were getting me involved, and really doing my best to move from being a skeptic to a believer. I agree. I agree. Especially within ufology, we're limited in where we can get resources and primary sources of anything ufology related. You generally don't see this in the mainstream, and coast to coast is generally a reliable resource for this type of information. Yes, in 20 around 2013 or so, many people may recall was the plasma ball wave that was a flap around the world, and I was someone who always wanted to see a UFO. I wanted to see an alien. This was an excitement to me, and I never did. But I did have an incident where a plasma ball about I would say it was the size of maybe larger than a beach ball or so. It was bright orange. This happened in the evening. It flew about 20 feet over my vehicle. I was heading about 20 miles per hour, and it was heading about 20 miles per hour in the opposite direction. And I felt that it had an intelligence, that it was not man made, that it was something not of this earth. And thereafter, I talked to some people about it, but I didn't report it to MUFON for many years thereafter, but I have reported it since. So it is on the record. And I would then go into the research of other people who have seen these plasma balls that have created crop circles around the world and have been chased by helicopters. And I'm not exactly sure what they are, but I can say it had an intelligence to it that I've never been able to sense ever since. Most certainly. Well, we have the video evidence from verified, credible witnesses and sources, including the United States government and other governments around the world. That's very difficult to to fake, and moreover, the people who have interacted with this type of evidence are vetted individuals. Their careers have been on the line. As has been stated in the past, they've been trusted with the secrets of the United States' nuclear program. They should be trusted when they make the claims that they do. So everything from the Tic Tac UFO to the evidence that was dropped on the front page of the New York Times in 2017 to just really we get cell phone videos every single day on Twitter on UFO Twitter on Reddit that whether we can necessarily verify them is another question, but it does lead a lot of credibility that this isn't just a once in a decade type of event, but this is a regular opportunity for people to be able to perhaps document that is really a routine part of living on Earth. Moreover, the whistleblowers who have spoken out about these cases in many ways have nothing to lose, and we'll talk about one of those in a few moments, China Shed. But some of the other whistleblowers that we have who are airline pilots and they've worked at NASA, they've been contractors, they've risked their entire careers to pursue this issue and to promote it. And really, that gives some credibility to them because they haven't made money off of this, most of them. They've done it really at many ways at a detriment to their own careers. They've been laughed at, they've been ridiculed, yet they stand firm in their beliefs, and there's something to that. We can get into more of the fringe thoughts of people like Bob Lazar, or perhaps things like alien abductions or alien autopsies. There are certainly some Soviet cases that occurred during the Cold War. of perhaps crafts. But really going back to Roswell in 1947, there have been just constant events that have allowed me personally to recognize that there's a lot of evidence here, that it's varied, that we have physical evidence, perhaps, of some people have said that they've actually touched the metals at Roswell. We have FAA reports, we have radar, we have alien abductees who have allegedly been had some type of hybridization program that has occurred in addition to the military whistleblowers. So it's not coming from just one source. The sources that we get of the evidence is quite varied, and for those who are watching this, if you haven't looked into the subject, you need to take it seriously. Well, it could go either way. Uh, Perhaps if we want to take this from a timeline, there would be an initial announcement, but that probably would not come from the rabbinate or rabbis. It would come from governments or scientific institutions, perhaps a military organization, even astronomers or some type of international organization. Judaism traditionally does not claim that rabbis will announce a scientific discovery. Usually, we let people in their fields do that. The response, though, would begin, the Jewish response specifically, would begin at scientific confirmation. So once it had been confirmed by some type of international body, then we look toward chief rabbis, the major poskim, halakhic decisors, basically people within the religion who are learned in the law, yeshiva leaders or traditional Orthodox Jewish school leaders, Hasidic rabbis, Jewish philosophers, to make some determinations on this. And the question would shift from is it real to what does Judaism say about it? Specifically, each element of Judaism has its own spokespeople. The Haredi world, or many people, the Hasidic world, would look at their scholars and poskim within Chabad, which is a very public wing within the Hasidic world, would look toward the writings and teachings of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and um, these these writings of old would get enormous attention within the modern Orthodox world. Rabbis who are connected with Torah, science, and philosophy would make determinations, and even within the religious Zionist wing of the religion, would be approached by previous rabbis, including Rob Cook, and we would probably see an initial shock, I think, like most of the world, from a global announcement of we are not alone. Everyone, Jews included, would look toward global media coverage and scientific debate, and there'd be political questions and religious discussions. And then we would, within the first 24 hours, probably have some Jewish community reaction. Does this contradict our creation story? Do we still have a special relationship with Hashem or God? Does this change Torah? A calm response within the Orthodox world would probably be the universe is created by God, or Hashem, what we say is the name, and discovery does not change the creator. Synagogues and organizations would certainly respond. Generally, themes that I anticipate we would see is that Torah remains valid, scientific discovery is part of understanding creation, and humanity should respond with humility. There's a question, would we have a general panic? And fears of are aliens dangerous? Is our religions fake? Are governments hiding information? Or is humanity vulnerable? And specifically within Judaism, we already have categories for angels, spiritual beings, hidden realities, and unknown creation. So there isn't necessarily a reason to panic. Some Jews might feel that they should leave the religion, that this is certainly a possibility if they recognize that we are not alone. Some people would perhaps become more religious, at least from a doctrinal standpoint. Jews would still keep kosher. We would still continue to observe the mitzvot. We would really be looking more toward this topic from a scientific discovery. We would not stop necessarily being keepers of Shabbat. Perhaps some adjustments may need to be made if we recognize that we weren't alone from a doctrinal standpoint. But this coincides with the religion in general. We have had to adapt over the thousands of years that we've been a people, and the idea of alien disclosure would just be another adaptation that we would make, but we would continue loving our families and we would continue moving forward as a people. Well, sure. There are certainly discussions. What are angels? Generally, the term angel means messenger. And specifically, there are some cases within Judaism that some people interpret to be UFO like events, though this is varied and there isn't necessarily an obvious UFO event, but usually this event is in the book of Ezekiel, where there is a disc that is discovered within a vision of Ezekiel with different faces and different eyes. And many people refer to this vision as a flying disc. And that might be something that was an ancient interpretation of what was being seen, or it could have been a non related vision, but generally within the Bible, those are the references that are made. Specifically, the Bible is quite silent on any type of extraterrestrial being outside of the world. Generally, we believe that that Hashem created the heavens and the earth, but we don't get really specific into other worlds. Now, within a Kabbalistic standpoint, there are some discussions in Talmudic standpoint of perhaps there are other dimensions, perhaps there are other worlds, and the ancient people could not necessarily describe them. But unfortunately, there is not an excellent resource where we can say yes. And in this part of the Bible, they're referencing some type of non-human species. Generally, the Bible is written in terms of humanity. As I understand, that's more of a Christian perspective, which people are open to that interpretation. I don't necessarily agree with it, and generally within Judaism, we do have demonic uh, beings that are referenced within Kabbalah, but they aren't normally referenced in terms of UFOs or aliens. Generally, they are more mysticism. The idea in Judaism in general is quite scientific and has been for thousands of years. And the idea of perhaps alien beings would be another type of species, just with a genus species, just like we have of any type of biology on Earth. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't interpretations within Judaism that aliens could be demons, but generally that's not mainstream. Perhaps they would be interpreted for individuals as being religious writings of their time. So there may be have been different epochs of human existence. Perhaps there was some knowledge that wasn't necessarily written down, perhaps prior to the written history that we have within religions. Generally, within Judaism, we consider Torah to be the holy book that generally for mainstream Judaism. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't Kabbalistic aspects of our later writings that could perhaps be, or at least coincide with what's going on prior to what we would consider to be traditional creation. Really, it's up to an individual's interpretation. And then when we get into books that at least can be carbon dated that are older than some of the Torah, specifically everything within the Hebrew Bible, Tanakh, questions are raised from a scientific perspective more so than a religious perspective. Most certainly. I that when you get into ufology, you get into new types of hypotheses like panspermia, the idea that perhaps life existed on some type of asteroid that made an impact on Earth and started creation, or guided panspermia, that Earth itself has had its evolution of all the species influenced in one way or another by an extraterrestrial being. These types of questions lend uh, open the door for many other questions. And then, okay, if we were seated here, if Earth is like a zoo or some type of experiment, what do the people, or I should say the beings on other planets, what do they believe? Have their religious doctrines changed over the course of their evolution? And then, of course, the great question is, if we didn't start here naturally and we were seated here, well, then who seated the seaters? That's absolutely right. And how did that happen? Exactly right. How do you go from nothing to something? Is and I've done my best to, as all not just religious thinkers, but scientists or any rational individual tries to do. And it's paradoxical. How can you bring something from nothing? And if you are able to bring something from nothing, what happened prior to that? Mhm. Yes. Well, sure. There are certainly ideas of spirituality, perhaps even more recent within the Middle Ages. There's demonic discussion, and prior to that, there's angelic discussion. What is an angel? Traditionally, this is seen as a messenger. There are also discussions, at least well, twice within Torah, of the Nephilim, basically something that's interpreted perhaps as fallen ones or giants that mated with the women of Earth to perhaps create a species here. There's not a lot of writing on this. It's really only mentioned twice within Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, but it does lead some credence or some credibility that under some interpretations that perhaps there is more to Earth than we may be able to observe. It's an excellent question. I generally, this is just my own opinion, believe that they move more toward what we would consider humanistic, away from traditional doctrines as science becomes more relevant when on whatever planet they are. And I believe science then somewhat becomes a religion to them. And so they move away from traditional doctrines and writings, perhaps on their own planets, into holding science as a religion and focusing on their own species and their own self worth, and really, if they're anything like humanity, positivity. But this is certainly a question that I would love to have the answer to as well. Kabbalah, yeah. In some ways, it does. It's generally known as Jewish mysticism, and it's really a collection of writings. There isn't just one Kabbalistic book, it's a collection of writings, generally of the last 2,000 years or so. And things like the soul are explored, things like consciousness are explored, what free will is, what it is to be a human. And there have been different writings that build upon each of those. Specifically, it the major work is known as the Zohar, that was written about 900 years ago, around the year 1100 or so. But it's an interpretation that traditionally is 1,000 years older. That was only written in 1100 or so of the Common Era, and of this there have been writings since, certainly from Kabbalists and other rabbinical authorities, referencing what it is to be a human, what is the soul, what it is to have just the idea of what being a human is. And from those perspectives and consciousness, there have been some, there has been some uh, elaboration on what perhaps we have in the Hebrew Bible and in the Talmud, but it's not as scientific as people would want it to be. It's very mystical. And now that we're moving into the 21st century, many modern interpretations of Kabbalistic works are being utilized to perhaps be able to explain what some Kabbalistic texts were using modern science. They're fascinating, first and foremost. From a scientific perspective, their evidence, not all evidence has the same necessary value, but these are very of extreme value. This is valuable evidence that is to be studied. From a religious perspective, we don't have a wonderful account of one individual who was perhaps teleported or abducted, and this was in our writings. We really have to look toward the modern accounts of this. But there isn't anything necessarily that contradicts Judaism with the idea of telepathy, or even the idea of perhaps aliens, or non or extraterrestrials that have had encounters with humans. We recognize, especially in the modern age, that humans are perhaps one species of many others within the universe. And while we may not be alone, we don't necessarily know. And it's important not to close our minds off to this as much as it is not to believe everything that we encounter. It's an excellent question. And while I'm not a Roman Catholic, I have known of Roman Catholics, and I can say that certainly the advent of telescopes has been important within the history of the Roman Catholic Church and understanding where we are in the cosmos. And so especially with the development of lenses and being able to see further into space than previously. The Vatican had a key role in this. It was the final arbiter of science from a religious perspective in the Western Roman Empire, essentially for thousands of years, and thus being the final arbiter, it was important for that body to be able to have a an understanding of what was going on in the stars above. This is an excellent question, Tony. If we were to find out today or tomorrow that all religion was basically from another body or another species, it would certainly be a shock to some people or to many people. Would we all react in the same way as religions? I don't think so. We're unique and people have different opinions on this. From some aspects, this would be more evidence that religion is correct because these different species had seeded this information to us. To others, it may say that, hey, that is not exactly how our religious books pose our histories, and thus we shouldn't believe that either. In terms of the Abrahamic religions, so we're talking about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, I think we'd find a lot of overlap and recognize that we all at one time take our sources to Abraham, and that there may not be that much that divides us as we think. And in fact, there's a lot more that unifies us. And if this information were given to us by a, a non human intelligence, that's even more reason for us to become unified and focus less on that which divides us and focus more on that which unifies us. It's an excellent question. I frankly am quite agnostic in many of these terms. I do not think that you can really know anything. And the more that you know, the less you perhaps really understand. You can only have subjective opinions on things, but you can't really know anything for certain. Everything is an interpretation as a human. In terms of being a religious individual, I feel no matter what your background is, whether it's Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or Eastern religions, whether you're secular or whatever it may be, at the end of the day, you have to lead some credibility to agnosticism because no one can really know anything, and that's okay. That's part of the being a human. But when we start to say with absolute certainty that we know something, we can run into issues. So the idea of knowing versus belief, frankly, I think basically everybody just basically believes in things because I don't think you can really know anything for certain. That's absolutely right. It's a belief. It takes courage to say this, and people need to be courageous, whether they're scientists, whether religious leaders. we have to recognize that we don't know everything, and in fact, there's the very real possibility we know nothing. So it's always important to question, but to recognize that you can't really know anything. It's very philosophical, but it's very true. Sure, it's Chaim Ashed. Yep. Oh, absolutely. Very deeply. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, this is an individual who is the highest level of the Israeli Defense Force. He was a brigadier general, to give the audience just an understanding that generally within the Israeli military, there are no more than 24 generals. This would be someone similar way in the United States, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who would make the claims that he made, which specifically were in December 2020. In November of 2020, he published a book in Hebrew and then had a interview with an Israeli newspaper in December of 2020. And some of the claims that he made caught the attention of many people around the world, including the fact that we are not alone, that there are advanced intelligences that have taken a major interest in us, that there is a galactic federation, perhaps with at least eight different species that is involved, that is studying humanity, that Donald Trump is aware of this non-human intelligence, that perhaps there are bases on Mars that may exist that may have some kind of non-human intelligence and astronaut program. That we need to study Mars not necessarily from just a geological standpoint, but also from an archaeological standpoint to see if there were perhaps ancient civilizations that were there. He talks about consciousness and the idea that death may not be the be all end all of our soul or our spirit, that perhaps we are part of some type of global interaction, not just global but universal, that the soul may continue post death. And he caught a lot of attention for this. He was 87 years old when he made these claims. He had won the highest levels of the Israeli military awards that you can win. He really had nothing to lose. He had already retired in 2012, around 2012, and been a lecturer and a contractor. And then all of a sudden, right during the pandemic, he makes these claims and then disappears. And the very interesting aspect of this is, where did he go? Why did he disappear? And it just so happens to be a good timing that he came back in June of 2026, so just a little more than a month ago or so, and stated that he was still alive. He was 93. He had an interview in English with Uri Geller, who many people may have some familiarity, and doubles down on the Galactic Federation claims and says that he maintained his silence because of perhaps an interaction with Men in Black, who visited him, who had deep personal knowledge of what he of him personally, and then also questioned him on nuclear secrets and other very private information that he knew. And now at 93, I guess he feels like he still has nothing to lose. And so he had this interview that is available with Uri Geller. And I was relieved to know that he was still alive, because there were many questions that were involved. How could you make such claims and then disappear? And at least now we know why allegedly he disappeared to some extent. Well, uh, so I would say that any type of new information that we have, or new takes on ufology, are interesting. From what I understand, that that Diane Pasolka does not argue that UFOs are definitively extraterrestrial. She basically studies how beliefs and experiences surrounding UFOs resemble the patterns that we see in history and religion. And I think that her work is certainly valuable in the realm of both religion and ufology, relevant to perhaps Orthodox Judaism. She, I would say, would state that, from an agnostic standpoint, no one really knows, but would have some really interesting takes on how disclosure would affect religious belief without claiming that any one religion is disproven. I like to think that we can handle this in a mature fashion. I think I'm an advocate for whistleblowers and amnesty for government contractors. I feel like this is an institutional issue that has been forced upon our, not just the United States, but globally, and that if people have information that is important to disclosure, they should feel free to be able to proclaim it without feeling any fear of retribution. I feel that we are in a period of soft disclosure, especially post Roswell. And if you look at different polls, about 50% or more of individuals, at least in the United States, feel we are not alone. And that means that you and I are in the majority, and we are already okay with this idea, and other people should be as well. What kind of impact would this have? Certainly, this could cause a shakeup in politics and religion and science. We would have to recognize that many of the developments that we've had from a scientific perspective may not have all been of human capability, that many of the developments that we've had in technology, especially over the course of the last 80 years or so, may have been reverse engineered, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not important to the evolution of humanity. And we should handle this discussion and this topic with maturity. We shouldn't panic. We shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Science is still important to us, and to recognize that not being alone is not the end of the world. It's just the beginning. Certainly. Well, just from Chaim Shed's perspective, and many of the other whistleblowers, whether you consider them credible or not, there's a lot of emphasis, I would say, on where's your evidence. Do you have physical evidence? Well, if you have physical evidence, you're going to find a knock at your door of somebody who's going to confiscate that evidence. So much of the whistleblower testimony that we have is just that. It's testimony, it's words, it's writings, but it doesn't live up to the scientific method. We want to be able to test these different metals or different elements, and we want to be able to use scientific method against them. And really, at this point, we're not able to. I would say as well that many of the people who are, especially in the military, and want to be whistleblowers or know something or say something behind closed doors, have their retirements threatened, and that shouldn't be held over their head as well. I don't feel. In terms of people who are alien abductees, we should take their claims with some credibility once they're vetted, because this may be a very real possibility, and they shouldn't be laughed at, and they shouldn't be made the butt of a joke, because much of what we've gleaned from the specifics of alien civilization comes from their testimony. So, just overall, I'm a major advocate of whistleblowers. I want protections for whistleblowers, specifically in ufology. I'm an advocate for amnesty for those who feel that their positions and their retirements may be in jeopardy if they were to make claims. I'm about free flowing of information, and ufology is no exception to that. It's an excellent question. At least according to Chaim Hashem, he has stated that these alien civilizations feel we are not ready yet. Maybe perhaps they consider us to be primitive. Maybe they consider us to not have had the ability to share the information with a wide enough array of individuals. But the overall thought is that we are not ready yet. Personally, I tend to believe this as well. That for one reason or another, they feel that the secretiveness of their being is important. I look at how we study different biology, and many times we want to observe it without being detected because then we can see it in its natural element. And perhaps aliens feel the same way about humanity. Not exactly sure. There is the idea, though, that for as advanced as we feel we are as a species, we are still not even a type 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale. And if these different civilizations are as advanced as they are, we're frankly babies in comparison to their adulthood. And it just isn't something that we're able to communicate with them necessarily on the same level. And hopefully, as humanity continues to mature and we continue to evolve and advance, we'll be able to make contact with them and be taken seriously. But for the time being, it seems as if aliens feel that their secretiveness is important to the study of humans, and just overall, we're not ready yet. Well, certainly Ezekiel's real. If it isn't just a vision and was an actual close encounter, would be fascinating to me. That is something that I hold closely. Certainly, some of the ancient Sanskrit documents, perhaps some elements of the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Book of Enoch, are quite of interest to me. Even in that, like things that we see from folklore of more modern times, in different wood carvings from the Middle Ages, or even in just Renaissance art, interesting flying objects that we may see. Those are all of fascination to me because it really recognizes that the questions that we're currently having in the modern age have been asked for centuries and millennia in the past. But if I had to choose one, I would probably say if Ezekiel's wheel is to be considered some type of UFO folklore, that would be a distinct interest to me. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. I'm approaching 5 years of 24/7 streams, not just on YouTube, but on Rumble, Twitch, Twitter, you name it. For anyone who wants to view my streams 24 hours a day, I invite you to type my name, Rabbi Rothschild, into YouTube and filter by live, and you will find more content of any individual than you've ever found before. Right here, we have more than a dozen views, including ceiling cameras that I have. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I stream IRL. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. I keep a radio in the background 24 hours a day that is not only archiving my life, but it's archiving world history events, which I think is really interesting. This is essentially a modern day journal or diary for people to study in the future. This is something that's known as life logging, and I've created more data and archived more data for the people of the world to study than any individual in history. And I feel that people will study my life from a historical standpoint, the conversations that we're having, perhaps to learn about biology. It's training AI. I was a user of AI. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user of ChatGPT in on November 30th, 2022, when it formally launched. and I've been able to see the development of AI as well as having more than a year of content prior to that. So literally, people of the future can study my life and know how life was like pre AI and post AI and all of the developments that we have. So if you would like, you can certainly always check me out on YouTube. Additionally, I'm available 24 hours a day in Discord, discord.me/rabbi. You can view all of my social media, and I have more social media than any person ever, at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, or read my writings on my blog, rabbirothschild.medium.com. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share and to have these discussions with you and your audience. Excellent questions. Absolutely. That's correct. That's correct. Only I can hear you up here. Me as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I quite enjoyed that. Excellent.
Are you happy?
Yeah, that was good. Shout out to Martin. What would you have done differently? What's that one guy's name? Yeah. That one guy who's fucking 12. Weston Curry or whatever. Dude, I listened to your. I like promoted your music for like a year. More than that. That's how you treat me? Loves and Curry? That's cool. Are you happy? Yeah.
we'll need a lot of help. We're doesn't really fit in with everyone. But I was thinking, we're here to make it work. How about patience? Go to point to my Elmire right now that says down about what's this? Whatever it is, those different numbers. Even though it's written in English, you have to bury it. What about how do I save it? More than one year. What is this? Why don't we do this? The main people based on that. But people just sit back and enjoy themselves learning their knowledge and listening to all the stuff and it's really expensive. And what's another story here? That an art school tomorrow that says it was completely different. It's not as couldn't save them a life. Why? Because the concept of based on single point character itself. They permitted us to write things down in English. But therefore, others permitted to get them down and to learn them, but I have to save them from the fire. Those days, they weren't allowed to write it. They weren't allowed to translate. That was the problem. Not as if you could. Very silos. One of all the art schools are made by players. Factory schools. The music very old. One of the art schools was by modern mobile. You have a few say kind of stuff. It says also school businesses are prepared for some of the art school. I remember some people out of one or whatever and this African American guy wrote his art school stuff now. This is the only thing I would say. There's other moves. I remember this going around. This is the whole thing. Anyway, what I did. Some businesses that do some of the work. You don't have to say this to translate. Our English translates stars. You have to let's be hard that will do it over there. What is city? How will people call it? All these stars, all these different we're going to go to tavern or whatever. We don't like the woman. Or those trainer or whatever. But that's going to save from this. What it says that let's say we start to have imagine you have a shot. Traveling wheel. No, not a shot. Let's go down the wheel. Man. And you know, don't say let it work. The Bible says let it work. And that's it. So this is all about 2.5 weeks. This starts to attack the gates. Because it's over and over and over. The one says that you have to time it in your life.
Are you happy? Yeah. Really? Yeah. Why didn't you do the thing where you ask questions to yourself after? Because Martin dipped out and I was like, did I do something wrong? But I didn't know he had some kind of potion or whatever. Alright.
You know what this does is when you're not allowed to read it. Now it'll get from there. Right up now it's a burner. But what I'm going to do is going to do the position. But what's the point of saving it? Anyway, let's go, let's burn. It's all ours. I'm saying, so, what is this thing going to do? Yeah. You don't know, going out of your way, carrying heavy stuff outside. You're actually going. But, in a sense, it's still a little bit funny. Still, it has some, still has a whole world. You can't stop all the things. But how does this fit with our mission? This people in the mission says, let's create ourselves. Basically, down right there, but it doesn't matter if it's but it says, I thought we should do the law to do the work. People will do the thing with. What does it mean? See almost around this stuff that it's compared to another language. These so that's what they say. That's what there's the tomorrow. Basically, whether even though anyway, I laugh. Before you bed, the saying going bed now. If I was gonna say this time, I was thinking it's gonna be a fact. Nobody argued. At the beginning of the first half, before you bed, what do you mean? Never slow to give up. And community. Before you bed, so you bring guys around, what? And you know that. Don't read. Sit with them. Nada. The people call even though was scary. It seems like people are doing any language, let's save it, and reverse it. So that takes me to either read edit the next one. If you're gonna edit the next one, edit it the way I like it. That's for I hate to say it. What is it to say? It says you should say this scroll. Bible, call whatever you want to do. You have to say it from the fire. Also, so you have to say it from the fire, that means other things. What are you gonna do with it? Put it in the paper. Why didn't you say you put it in the paper? Oh, I put it in this one and say it in the paper. I thought you actually went to the fire. If you're gonna go to Oliver, listen to Rabbi on the say that I'm tired, period, and period from Oliver that doesn't have everything. So wars when the time comes and the same Cairo system in England is falling apart. What do you think? You order the garden? At the middle. And add a word or two. Make it work according to that. Other guys today, fancy person, if he is the best. That stays like it is. Now we go back to start. What we're going to explain at the beginning of it. Maybe stick it, let's say, ain't better than another language. Oh no, that's good. Banks are that means living. People do this. The banks ain't going to is calling it too. You don't see what's up. Oh, here's the head. The head on the other is sticking over the nose. The head on the other is when we can say something properly, other than all us are paying us. Now instead of saying, how about me, he takes out the how about me. And now this is the he takes it out from me. And goes, almost saying, hey, and then he sticks in, but people are a lot of editing. Now, just if you have any question, how many edits it was? That's how everybody memorized it. And next to that, the name stuck. When did you say the same word? When did you say the English, you don't say it. Nevertheless, says the original, even though it's you have to bury it. Okay, that's a good. That's a very good thing. You ask me, why do you have to bury it? I'll tell you why you have to bury it. You have to bury it because you don't say that. They have a big tired song. Let it burn. Get Hashem's name. Let it burn. I don't care. Let it burn. You don't need a outside. People start carrying it. Oh, so you're gonna let it burn. Maybe when they're rats, when it's 400 years old, maybe just throw it in the garden. No. How about the cholesterol? That's very nasty. If you think about it, listen to it. Now, here's no time about it. It's just done as the edit with it. Basically, when the meeting, basically, everybody agrees to that rule. Whether it's the meeting that you really listen, whether it's the meeting that you don't at all. Basically, not that these people
Hello, Mr. Aquarius. I'll be there in just a second.
Okay.
that word is not in it. Well, you know what? I have to edit my thing. Let's see what. There you go. It's not a red. It's not something. See, not too red. That has to be red. That's circle. That's not an issue. That's it. Alright, move it at 7:05. My bad. Right? Go back.
Oh, Mr. Aquarius, I just did a podcast.
I highlighted this.
You did?
I
Good.
Yeah, I did 3 of them in the last 24 hours, and somebody just contacted me on Twitter, and they're like, "Hey, I just saw you on on this podcast because it was a live podcast, and I've known this guy for a long time. We know each other from Twitter, and he was like, it was so wild to see you on there because this is a big podcast. This is the one of the longest podcasts on this subject in the world. It's been going since 2011. It might be the oldest, and so to be on there was really good. And I am just kind of in the afterglow of that. And then I did another one with a young lady earlier today, and it went for almost 3 hours. And she was really smart and just like really into history. And then I did one with a guy from England yesterday about the same time when you were in here, and so that's been really good that I've done. I'm really happy, just really happy that doing interviews is not easy. Doing live interviews certainly isn't easy, and so I'm proud of how it went. But that's enough about me. How was your day?
It's good. When they didn't move my bed, and we're still trying to just figure out where she want to put stuff when we get it. When we get no furniture, so she moved my bed, and it's lightning and thundering over here.
All right,
So
well
yeah.
that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect cozy weather, right? To get deep in your blankets and sleep well,
But I
right?
got to take
All right.
forgot to take it.
Well, go take it right now.
No, we're playing a game.
Okay, well, take it in 5 minutes.
Take it after this game, okay?
Okie dokie.
Because I don't want to do that and then we're playing a game.
Sure thing.
Because the timer runs out.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's thunder. It's thundering, Rabbi.
Oh, it'll be all right. I'm here. You got Brandon here.
Okay.
Brandon's the weather. Brandon. Brandon's our chief meteorologist.
Yeah. I know you got me. Uh-oh. Tony's here.
What up, Tony? Tony.
Hello.
Hello, how are you, big dog?
I'm good. I'm waiting for the interview. So I'm good.
All right, I checked out your stream. I saw that you got 3 likes on that stream we did the other day.
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you going to continue to live stream those?
Yes, but I don't have 100 followers.
I know, and I saw that too. I didn't unsubscribe. I saw that you went down to 99, but no big deal. Dude. That's gonna happen.
I was not. Soon, I know.
All right, so you're about to do an interview with someone, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Miss Aquarius, what happened to that ball?
No. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Tony. So, what? With whom is your interview?
It's like right now I am doing interviews for the Tate brothers. I'm doing some interviews to people who is like support them and trying to
There we go.
be them.
All right. Well, that should get you a lot of views, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. I literally just finished doing an interview with someone, and someone who I know from something totally different watched my interview, not knowing I was going to be on there, and they're like, "Hey, I just saw you. You did a good job," and I was happy that they were that they saw me. I've done 3 interviews in the last 24 hours, and I'm ready for a little bit of a break. Thank you, madam. They were good interviews, though. The one yesterday was with a person from England. The one earlier today was with a young lady who is just a really fascinating historian. And then this one just now is on the oldest UFO podcast in the world. It's been going since 2011. You win, I win, I win, you win. Reload. Go take your thing. Go take your thing, Mr. Cole.
Okay, let me go take it.
Yes, ma'am. So I know Tony. Okay, I know Tony that you're always worried about numbers and stuff. This one that's the oldest podcast, he has like 30,000 viewers on YouTube, but he has a lot more on audio. So that'll be cool. That'll get my message out to a lot more people, hopefully. And I am excited to continue to book these things. It's I've kind of gone through a dry spell in booking them, but I'm not too concerned about it because I haven't always been able to focus on it. Like today, I haven't been able to focus on it because I was on 2 other podcasts. But God willing, it'll work itself out.
So I will gonna have on weekend. I will gonna have guy from Uganda who is like more than 100,000 subscribers on YouTube.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah,
What does he do?
he is fitness and the ship.
Wow, that's impressive.
Hmm.
So, are you excited?
And yes, I'm more exciting than so today. I will gonna receive my first ever payment from podcasting.
How do you do that?
I get a guy from my country, and he said I'm going to pay for this episode.
Oh, okay. So, how much you making?
I don't know yet.
Okay, well that's cool. So he basically said, "Hey, if you interview me, I'll pay you."
Yeah,
Well, remember I told you that's definitely something that can happen, and um, look at you, you're already doing that.
yeah.
Did you? Um, what you should do with these people who you interview, if you can, have them go on Fiverr and like upvote you or whatever, so that you get more people
Yeah,
who
I
will pay
will.
you. Okay,
Mhm.
you know how to do that, right?
Uh, yeah, yeah, I have, yeah, I have, yeah. I just say to him, go to Fiverr, but like he's old
Oh,
dude.
okay. I
He's like,
understand. I understand. Well, then maybe he's not the best person to do it. Hey, you were mean to me the other.
yeah.
You were mean to me the other day.
I was mean to you.
Oh, you were very mean to me.
No, absolutely not.
You're incorrect. You called me homeless.
Yes, yes, but
No, that's
it was a
mean.
long
That's
time
mean.
ago.
That's disrespectful. That was 2 days ago.
No, 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 no. 2 days ago, we are doing this
No, I know,
Rambo.
I know, I know. And you were saying, uh, "F this s, F this, F this." You
Yes,
homeless. Yeah, and you said that, and I want you to know that's not appreciated. I
I am
have.
sorry.
You're okay, but I've made more money in my career than perhaps your whole household. So, for that being said, don't call me insults like that. I want you to be a very
I'm sorry.
successful person, but you've got to understand when somebody's trying to help you, you can't insult them like that. That's mean. But you're okay.
I
I
know.
forgive you.
I'm sorry.
I understand you were frustrated, but we got it done.
Yeah,
So that's good. And boy, wasn't that an ordeal?
yeah.
We got it done. So that's good. Okay, so how long till you do this podcast?
And I have like 20, 19 minutes.
Okay, that's not that long. That's great.
Like, yeah, like 19 minutes. No, it's like 20 or 19 minutes. And for me, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay. So
For
you
me.
had. I figured it was late. Okay. So and then you're gonna get to sleep till the weekend.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
I will go definitely sleep.
that's good.
Um,
Aren't you amazed that we got that podcasting thing to work? I am. That was taking forever.
yeah,
That was taking
forever,
forever,
yeah.
and we finally got it. And then you don't use it, which I understand. But because you need your computer, I get that. But like when you're not using your computer, you should have that live stream going.
Hmm.
You know how to do it, and I was watching it. I really was, and that your interviews looked good, and they kept going. They weren't like they didn't just cut off. It went for like 8 hours.
Yeah, yeah, it was good.
Absolutely. So I'm happy that that went well.
And maybe I have another news.
What's your other
Maybe
news?
I will be on American podcast.
Oh, really?
Yes, he's not sure it's anything, but I am talking with him, and she she's very close to say yes.
Oh, okay. That's great.
I was not here for 2 days.
I know I missed you.
Hmm.
Um, where? Why didn't you come in yesterday? I missed you. Well, you were in earlier today, and I saw that. Listen, I saw that you came in, and I was like, "Hey, I just had to restart my device or whatever, just like refresh the page, and uh, and you had already left."
Yeah, because like I was have some internet issues and I don't want to be here and not saying anything.
That's okay.
So this is my life.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying. Ooh, yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I see it. Oh, almost. I mean, you almost got something though. I had somebody come into the Discord yesterday, and they were like, "Hey," I'm
Hmm.
like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "I'm like, how'd you find out about me?" They're like, "I just watched one of your podcasts on YouTube." And I'm like, "Really?" And they're like, "Yeah, I've known about you from Discord." And they're like, "But I haven't been on Discord in a long time. But I know I'd always see you in different Discords." And then I saw this podcast that you did talking about peace, and I thought it was cool, and I came in to say hello. I was like, "No way, somebody saw me from a podcast. That's amazing." And then I had my friend from Twitter see me in a different podcast, and they were just like, my mind is blown. Like, small world. Um, Tony, do you have that phrase in English, small world?
Yeah,
In Czech, I mean, you know what I mean when I say small
yeah,
world? Okay. I know Miss Aquarius knows what
yeah.
I mean. Okay. Miss Aquarius is, and she has the lead. I'm doing everything I can
I
to
must
catch
say
up.
something.
Go ahead.
She she have so clean voice.
Oh, I know. I absolutely agree. No, I know.
She have
It's beautiful. She could be a voice
like
model.
she has. I never heard more feminine voice in my life.
She's got the voice of a Southern belle. You got that right.
Like I was thinking she using some modification, some AI stuff.
Nope, she's all organic. Miss Aquarius is all natural.
Like she so clean voice. Like how this possible?
She's very talented.
Like how is this possible?
Okay,
I have no idea.
Miss Aquarius, we're gonna test something. Since this one doesn't count, I'm gonna let the time go all the way down, to just almost the end, and then I'm gonna throw the ball and see if it cuts off the ball mid throw. No, no, it doesn't. So long as you throw it before the thing winds down, it's good. All right, Mr. Aquarius, you win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. That's right. That's right. And
I must say something.
go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you,
You're fine.
but this time, like she speaks, she must be so young. She must be like
You keep thinking that. You keep thinking that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, keep thinking and thank you.
20 or 30. Like she could be higher.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I am happy, but I got.
Is that your yeah? Okay, I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying that. I felt like I'm 20, 30, but I'm 43 years old.
43?
Yes, I am.
That's not fast.
I'm sorry. Have you ever? You have never seen me yet. I think you have.
No.
I know I don't look it. Let me see. I can go reach that far. She got the right so far now. She got the left far. I can do it. All right. Let me just show her. So here. I know I don't look you, okay? Tell me the M43. Hello.
You are not 43.
She doesn't have a she doesn't have a she doesn't have a single wrinkle. No wrinkles. Perfect.
Like,
he knows my family, so he knows I'm 43.
Oh yeah, definitely.
it's not true. Oh my, wow.
I remember her birthday. Absolutely.
Wow. Like you have some best skincare in the world.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Your voice is like a combination of kids and a woman. It's so good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's alright. Yeah, it's alright.
It's very youthful. It's very lively.
Yes. Yeah, it's very right. Yeah, it's not like a deep voice.
I consider it like a Disney character. It is. It's very youthful.
Okay, so
How many minutes? Big dog. How many minutes?
I don't know how she doing that, but like her voice.
It's my voice. My real voice of mine, sweetie.
Like, wow.
You like it or?
Yes, yes, I love it. I love it. Like, like I'm smiling right now.
Thank you.
And my smiling is like really, really like so, so like your voice can like it can bring child in me.
Oh.
Really, it's like best voice. Best. And you are in like you are from Africa or where are you from if I can ask?
I'm in the USA.
USA?
Mm-hmm. Never in America just like Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys ever meet in
Not,
like real life?
not yet. Maybe in 2 years
Right.
for the Olympics, maybe.
This will be epic.
Yeah.
This will be epic. This is going to be like Neo and Eternity and the last Matrix film.
That's right.
I appreciate y'all talking to me while it's thunder and lightning over here, because it's making me feel better.
Like this is going to be so good. And
Funny, Rabbi.
Tony, how many minutes till your interview? Isn't it like right now?
no, I have time still.
Oh, okay.
I have time.
Well, then, did your original estimate of 19 minutes or whatever, was that inaccurate? Oh, okay. Well, I was just going on what you told me.
Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm not going to do that anything like a way without my fucking interview.
Okay, and what is the topic for this guy?
Topic will be date.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Apologies, yes, 100%. And then this weekend is the health. Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams, God willing.
Sweet dreams, God willing.
There he is. All right, Tony, you know that they're coming out with a movie with your name, right?
Yes.
Do you know the name of the movie?
No.
It's called Tony.
Ooh.
Tony.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's on a chef, a very famous American chef.
Nice.
So that should be interesting. And
nice.
And I am glad that these interviews went well. I'm glad that my friends thought I did a good job.
And I am back.
And yeah, I'm glad that you're back and that you're nicer to me than you were the other night.
I'm back, and yeah, everything is back to normal.
God willing. All right. So you've got an interview with the guy today, and then an interview with the guy with 100,000 people this weekend. And then do you have anybody lined up?
And I have one shop for sure, and not I don't have. Yeah, I have. No. Yeah, I have like 3 interviews.
Okay. That's good. That's better than I'm doing. That's better than I'm doing right now. I've got to line people up. I have one. I have one next week.
That's not too much.
No, I know, but I haven't had the time to really like contact anybody because I've been doing other podcasts. So like all day today, I've been doing podcasts, and yesterday I was doing podcasts. So when I don't have time to contact them, I can't contact them.
When you are going to be in Joe Rogan?
Within the next half decade.
And like not that much. Like I think by end of this year, you will be in Joe Rogan.
Perhaps. What's really big is that people who I know are starting to see me on podcasts, and that's really exciting because it tells me the internet's not that big. That people are starting to know about what I'm doing, and that's really exciting for me.
Um, yeah, I
All right, big dog. So you got three lined up for this week and next week, right?
yes.
How many did you upload to BitChute?
Only that one. I will do this today when I wake up.
Certainly. Are you putting hashtags?
Yes.
Good. And do you know what Odyssey is?
No.
Okay, I want you to look it up. It's ODYS.EE, I believe. It's another one you want to put your stuff up on.
Mhm.
Do you see it?
Maybe I will going to find when I wake up.
You're going to find it when you wake up
Um,
because it's so late.
what?
Because it is so late.
Yep. So like, and my brain is not already for your brain.
I know.
I'm sorry.
You're okay.
You know,
How long do you anticipate your interview today with this guy's gonna go?
I think half hour. How I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever thought of doing longer podcasts?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay. What's stopping you from that?
Yes, I did. It's something because when people have Apple, like we need to end it after half hour because Apple is bullshit and after half hour is like black screen.
I know. Hey, you know what we should do? You and uh, the two of us. I think this would be really interesting. Since we already spend a lot of time together, I can do it from my computer so we can go longer. We should do a history of ufology.
Like new podcast.
No, 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 no. Just a series of like hour long interviews for like the 10,000 years ago and the 9,000 years ago and 8,000 years ago. Either that or we could do history into the future, which I'm fine with as well. Like what life will look like in the next 100 years, the next 200 years, the next 500 years, the next 1,000 years, the next 10,000 years. I have all kinds of specific things we could talk about.
Yeah,
Okay, you don't seem too excited. That's all right.
but it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and like I said, my brain is not in the same frequencies like you. And
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna call him. I hope he's not forget. I'm gonna call him.
Did you send him a reminder?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And he confirmed?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I have to go,
Okay, big dog.
and I will be here when I will be here.
Yeah, you get your sleep. You've done really well, my man. What's the name?
I don't think
What's
so.
no? You have. What's the name of the new platform about which I told you?
Odysseus.
That's right. And do you know that MySpace is coming back?
Yes,
Good. All right.
I will be there too.
Yes, you
I
will.
will best.
Yes, sir, my friend. Okay. You take care, big dog. Best
Okay.
wishes.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you,
Bless
friend.
you too. Bye.
Thank you.
store. We have a golden ticket winner who's going to get the show started with a brand new 60 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. You know him. You love him. This is David Jolly, everybody. Here we go. For 2 years. Yeah. I like the Mexicans out here. Y'all different than like Florida Mexicans. Yeah. Only thing y'all don't like is as soon as y'all Abuela get over here, y'all get them a job at Walmart. I think that's bullshit. Some people rude as hell. I went up to the lady the other day. I was like, hey, 10. She said, go ahead. She said, you don't speak English. I said, this bitch is rude, ain't she? But it's amazing how I go back to my car. I put on my homemade ice shirt. Now everybody speak English. I go back in there and say that same thing. Hey, you know what the deodorant is now? Looking for an anniversary deodorant? That's J22. I go down and get the deodorant. I come back. This bitch saying stop smelling bad. I get it. Say y'all, that's my time. So the Latino women, they wear a nice shirt. They know it much. Yeah, they know it. Yeah. So these things, they go to the Walmart here, fucking shopping out. You gotta unlock it for everybody, motherfucker. I don't know if it's for everybody. We all got different Walmarts in different neighborhoods, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, no, it's definitely a lot on the one I go to. Absolutely. I like when it be like crack is in front of the stove, you know what I mean? That's my never feel good about myself. I'm going back. Right. Because you used to be that. I ain't never crack. I've been pretty broke. Still look like it. Brian Simpson. Funny, he said he never been a crackhead, but he looked like nigga sitting up under couple. No doubt, you could totally play an undercover crackhead. You can play an overcover crackhead. You could go in and be the alpha of the crackheads, like that King Charles dog. Like you could go and calm down the other crackheads just by your presence. All the other crackheads chill out a bit. If them niggas pay him to start the job today, you know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn. Absolutely. You feel me? Oh, I feel you, dude. Yeah. I feel you very, very rough. I feel you. Oh, yeah. I just put on lotion, but it kind of like got been on like very different layers. It's, I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it, man.
What happened? What happened?
No interview because he doesn't have a website on the mobile phone.
So why doesn't he just
And
download it?
the app, and I don't know why he cannot download it right now. But he said I got to try to catch. Let's try this again when I'm back. I have the app.
Okay. I get that.
It happened.
It happens. That's okay. No big deal. And now you get to go to bed. These things cancel on me all the time. You know the deal. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Why don't you sleep in here?
I'm not ready for it.
Okay. Well, Miss Aquarius does. Brandon does. I do. Maybe someday you will.
I know, but not right now.
All right. You know you can keep yourself muted and stuff, right?
I know, but still, like for me, when I'm sleeping with someone, even if through internet, it's like I don't know, it's like more something than just I don't know.
Oh, you think
I'm
we're
not.
you think we're in a relationship? Don't worry about it.
No, I'm not ready for it.
You're good. I understand. I get it. Well, you go get your sleep and come back tomorrow, and we'll talk about your scheduled interview this weekend. And make sure to email the guy for this weekend so he doesn't forget and he's ready and he has everything installed.
Yeah. So
Uh,
yeah, it is happens.
yeah,
I'm not
you
mad.
you know
I'm
what
not
you know
mad,
what you
but
should do. And the guy who interviewed me today, he's been doing this for 15 years, and it was really good. He sent me a message beforehand as a reminder. Hey, we've got this interview, and it says before we start, make sure you have a phone or a device that has video and audio. Make sure you have internet connection. Make sure you have the app downloaded. He gives me that all beforehand so I can test all that stuff. But it's not your fault. I'm just saying it's not a bad reminder of all the stuff you need them to have.
yep.
Okay, big guy. No big deal, my man.
Uh, yeah, yeah. I am really tired.
All right, sweet dreams, big man. Take care.
Okay, I talk to you soon.
God willing.
Bye.
Bye.
You're talking about you. You might know some. Surprisingly, I do, David Jolly. I don't have to. I wouldn't turn into absolute dust if I didn't like you, but I still do it for aging reasons. So that I don't become a cover crackhead like you. White people still can use lotion. There are many benefits. How's life been, David? What's going on in real life?
Everything good. Back in the days, like I get bored in the house now, so I started playing bingo.
You're gonna play bingo at your house?
So I'm gonna go to the one that's on being white boulevard, close line 10 there. Hey, them old ladies be intense in that motherfucker, boy. They use words. Hello, sir. Close professionals.
Yeah, a lot of ends in that game. I got
A lot of E's and C's and J's. One bitch called me a Z. I know. Z, that's crazy.
Brain Simpson.
I'll usually shop here's my say they go in white boulevard. Yeah. I know it. I'm doing myself that too. I'm ready. In white all the time.
And White is a real street. For those of you wondering, it's a very famous street.
They got a nice big hall over there. It looks like 10:30.
They really do. How do you even know about this?
I mean, Google it.
Googling what? Places to rob? I have a feeling you're going to be showing up at 10:30 in the parking lot.
There's a lot of dollar bills in that motherfucker.
I got robbed by 6 feet of dust. I swear. That sounds like some good good fuck you, Tony shit. Itself. Anything else crazy going on there, Jolly?
Just living a dream and content, same shit, bro. Anytime. Living a dream, man. You feel me?
Yeah. What's your Instagram? Some people can see the stuff you're making some funny stuff.
Throwing the fuck up right now.
Yeah, it's the hope, the black hope.
Oh, you see it?
I saw it.
That's all right. That's Mr. D Johnny on Instagram, Facebook, all of that shit. Mr. D Johnny, man, I can share that on.
There you go. Dana Jolly got the show started for you. Something like that. We got we go to the bottom. This is where shit gets a little wacky because we're waiting for people leaving their names before this. We knew we'd have a new good minute. This is where anything can happen. Could be one of the next great meetings of the future. Could be an absolute fucking idiot. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 60 seconds uninterrupted from your personal full. He goes by the name of Justin Flax, everyone. Justin Flax.
What is up, you trap ass hoes?
this is supervised visitation and/or alternating weekend dad face at best, right? No way, this is a full custody father, people. That's right. That's right. Thank you. And my son just graduated high school. With a sports scholarship. That's right. I did not think the puberty blockers were going to work that well either. So it just surprises me. I was fucking scared. Yeah, my son is 18 and he just turned 18 and he pissed me off really bad the other day. He pissed me off so bad, actually, he turned in his draft registration card. Yeah, I'm hoping that this Ukraine conflict picks up so that way I can put empty nester on my Bumble profile, you know. It did not be a lot. That's right. I am back on the dating apps. One thing I've learned about dating apps, you can't be totally honest on those things, right? For example, this is 6'4" on all the platforms right now. Yep. All right, that's my time. Okay, Justin Platts. Welcome to the show, Justin. You really he's 18? Yes, he just turned 18. Is that your only kid? Actually, he's about to turn 19. Okay. Yep, only kid, one and done. Wow. Snip. How long were you with the baby mama? Oh, about an hour, actually. So, that's all it takes. Pretty good. That's incredible. You're able to make a child that fast. It only takes a second, apparently. Yep. And what's the kid doing? What does he do for work? He works at the plasma center currently, so he's killing it. He's great. He works there. Is he donating plasma? He's donating plasma, yeah. He's donating plasma. Really? I've been trying to get him to get a job, and he's just not about that life, so. How do you inspire? What do you do for work? I work in commercial solar, like solar construction. Okay. Are you good at it? No, I suck at it, but. Alright. What do you do for fun, just? For fun, I like to ride my dirt bike around. I live in Colorado. That's primarily what I do. Ride that dirt bike, smoke weed, you know. Okay, you ride it. I would actually on cameras, I don't need it. I got a real job. Okay. Alright, Johnson. It's a union gig, so this is well, you already said it. Everyone knows you smoke pot. You're gonna have to deal with that later, buddy. I tried it once in high school. Great, Justin. Alright. What was your childhood like? Were your parents there for you? Yeah, I don't know. It was fun. What do you mean? My mom worked, my dad kind of hung out. What did your mom do for work? She worked in a lot of factories. Wow. Yeah. And your dad stayed at home while your mother was working in factories? Pretty much. He would make us clean the house and take the credit, actually, so he's a smart guy. Incredible. And you live in Colorado now? I sure do, yeah. What part? Denver. Okay, in the city? North, technically, yeah. North Denver. Represent. Okay, yeah, you're not in Denver, so it's hard to represent. Brian Simpson. I feel like we're talking to two different people, and I'm only like one of them. Is this a thing you do right now? Wow, this is. Justin, are you really on dating apps? Yeah, sadly, yeah. Okay. How does that go for you? Not going good, Tony. Have you been on a date from it? Not in a while, man. Not in a while, so yes. Not in a long time. It's just a lot of empty chatting, you know. No, I don't know. No, you're not on it. I'm asking you. I'm trying to gather the information so that we can talk about it. It's very hard to get answers. Everyone's not this. You're afraid your solar bosses are listening all of a sudden. Your solar overlords. Well, cheating on my drug test is not cheating. Now you're fired. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Obvious now. You and your son are going to be dirt biking high together for a while. Does he still live with you? Yeah, kind of. He goes back and forth between my house and his mom's house. At 18? Yeah, he's a big mama's boy, so I can't argue with him, you know. You could. You're the father. You could literally inspire him to get his life together. I try. Like, I'll threaten to take away the cell phone or the car or something. It just doesn't have the same effect. You know, when I was you cut off the internet, though, you can really get to it, you know. That's when you can really. What does he do if there's no internet? Oh, he'll have a real big fan phone. It's like, damn, I actually feel like you love me right now. Let me turn the internet back on. Wow. make so much money.
Yeah, you realize your kids gonna run out of fucking blunts.
Dude, I tell him, I'm like, that's precious shit, dog. You gotta hold on to that stuff. But you can't get rid of these kids, you know.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 4 years.
4 years. God, all of it there in Denver, then Comedy Workshop.
Kind of, yeah, kind of hit the Denver scene.
So we have breaking news. Jason just got your show.
Yeah, because the market is so sweet. Just put it on the sidewalks, you know.
There was some more white trash things about it here. You know, we're crazy. We're crazy about it with the dirt bike. I want to know more about this. Let's just delve right in.
Just really blizzard with foods from.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's talk about it. We all, it's a big leftover food audience we have here tonight. Tell us what your limits are. So let's say you have like chicken fries, right? For dinner or something. Let's say it's grilled chicken.
That's hard, so, you know.
That's what?
That's what the kids would call men.
But why would they call this chicken fries kids?
Well, you know, like, for example, when I'm eating like leftover chicken curry, I like that because the inside of my microwave will actually match my toilet. Of course,
Please just stick with the easy questions that I'm asking you. I'm trying to set you up for success here, and you keep turning this into a Colorado open mic theater. Fucking idiot. So let's talk about it. I'm curious to know. You're into leftovers, so how far would you let it? You brought up chicken curry. Let's go chicken curry. Let's say you order chicken curry at nighttime. We'll say 6 p.m. even. Early evening dinner, right? What's the longest you'll let that chicken curry? Now, are you keep it out with warm leftover, or are we talking into the refrigerator leftovers?
So it depends on the amount of curry in there. Is it kind of like keeps it stable for a while?
You're trying to overthink everything that I'm asking you. These are all simple questions. We'll send it out to you.
1 week.
Oh, that's fucking disgusting. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's terrible.
That's not good.
How about in the refrigerator? How long in the
In the refrigerator 1 week.
No, I know. Nobody laughed. It's crazy, but Brian Simpson.
I'm really figuring out why he's not getting no dates on that.
Yeah, because he's shitting his pants. I'm gonna check in with my senior leftover correspondent, Brian Redman here. Who is the master of leftovers. He will have leftovers until there are none left over. He dilapidates them. Leftovers fear this man. When they go into the refrigerator, they know, oh, we're gonna see that face. This is the last face the leftovers see before they become nothing leftovers.
I hate leftovers.
Oh, Mr. Fresh over here.
I make it fresh. I keep it out for a couple hours just to see if I want to dig back in. Other than that, I have zero.
It is true. I will leave things out for about an hour or two. Truth be told, I will because I'm a bit of a waster. You know, I've worked hard. I've worked very hard. And I know there's always a feeling nowadays. It wasn't always this way back in the day when I really needed that food. I was out of money and I fucking needed it. There's a thing now when I put something in the refrigerator, I just know that I'm doing it out of the kindness of my heart. Like I know for a fact it's definitely going in the trash, but I go through the thing where like I'm a good person. They're starving people, but there's no fucking way. There's no way I'm gonna touch it again. I literally have no idea how to use my microwave.
Sometimes pizza, though. I'll go back on pizza.
I bet you fucking will. I bet you will. We're having fun here. Redman and I worked together for 12 years. If you can't tell. What else? Anything else crazy we should know about you before I let you go? This has gone on way too long for how good you are at answering questions. Perfect. Here's a little joke book, buddy. Congratulations. We'll see you again soon. On we go. And that's how it works. Justin Platts. Oh, my God. Oh, is here, gracing us with her presence. All this talk of leftover foods. Alright, your next fucking bowl goes by the name of Henry Cruz. Make some noise for Henry Cruz, everyone.
Yeah. I recently realized I got fat. Yeah, like I went to the strip club and she started playing with my titties. Like,
glasses to the pimples. No, but I'm trying to lose weight because I'm trying to date. I'm 5'5". But on Tinder, I'm 5'9". That's still not good enough for real life. You're short. But I like to think about it that way. I'm the average height of a woman. I don't feel like a short man. I feel like a bad bitch. Period. Hey, whatever they say. No, but I found a way to get taller, right? They have surgery. What they don't tell you is it only makes you 3 inches tall. So you want to go to surgery so I can be 5'8"? I mean, if I'm adding 3 inches to anywhere, it's not going to be my height. Like 3 inches won't make me 6 feet tall, but it'll probably make me 6 inches. Thank you guys.
Henry Cruz. No way that he could have known that he's the second comedian in a row to lie about his height on a dating app. Is that what everybody's doing nowadays?
Really?
Oh yeah. Alright. Are you really 5'5"?
Yeah, 5'5", with shoes on, 5'4" without.
Oh wait, what?
5'4" without my shoes.
5'4" without his shoes?
Yeah, without his shoes.
That's a pretty big deal. Yoni, let's get the tape out. He's 5'3". I'm buying the whole place a shot of tequila right now. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. Here we go. The moment of truth. Shoes off. Get those fucking shoes off, Henry Cruz. Oh, the lights are flashing. The sound guy clearly jonesing for a shot of tequila. Whoa, the crowd is into it. Stay still. You guys were only a half an inch away from getting a shot of tequila here tonight. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely. Follow the rules. Rules is rules. Yoni's a genius. Thank you, Yoni, for protecting me. So we have to buy ourselves a shot. Giannis, that almost felt like a weird slang origin for a slave we were. For a slave we were throwing out. Throwing out. Yeah, it's what's done. Oh, man. I'm talking Salvadorian, man. I'm talking. So you were Salvadorian? No, Salvadorian. You're 100%? Yeah. Are you sure about that? I was born here. Yeah, I was born here. Okay, everybody says that now. You're the new president of the United States. People make a real point. When you're Hispanic, that's like the 21. Now that's nice. Yeah. I was born here. Sure you were. What do your El Salvadorian parents do for a living?
One of them's dead, and the other one's, legally. Typical, right?
Okay, how'd that die?
Cancer.
Wow. Goodness gracious. Wow, when did that happen?
2020.
2020. My goodness. My goodness, that must have been hard, huh?
We get it over.
Okay. Alright, looks like you kind of enjoyed it. What kind of cancer was it?
Pancreas.
Oh, shit. Pancreatic cancer. That's a tough one. That works. Henry, what do you do for a living?
So I deliver snacks. Route drive, deliver snacks.
You deliver snacks, specifically only snacks.
Yeah, I route drive, deliver snacks. Sometimes
What kind of snacks are you talking about?
like convenience stores. I go to the store.
You only do convenience stores?
Well, yeah, we get the bundles of like snacks and we take them to like different places.
Your friend sending you to the store is not enough. What exactly is this service called?
Well, I say this. But they just deliver like, they have bags of chips and stuff like that, drinks. So I just take it to them.
To the stores. Yeah, you're delivering from the warehouse to the stores. Okay.
go missing, but
Oh shit! Well, what are your favorite kind of snacks?
I like Doritos.
Oh shit! Very simple, man. Nacho cheesy or ranch? Oh, he loves Cooler Ranch. Fuck yeah. Cooler Ranch. All right. What's your love life like, Henry? What's it like being 5'3.5", telling people that you're 5'9"? Lying, truly, a horrible lie about being 5'9". What's it like living this life with those Salvadorian dwarfism?
Well, I mean, it doesn't help that I'm bad at sex, too, so it's not like.
What do you mean you're bad at sex? You having a little problem with the pupusa? It represents an El Salvadorian treat. It's a delicacy in El Salvador. A pupusa. I might not know about the meat, but I know about pupusas. What's your problem in the bedroom? Can you not get on the bed all the way? Can you put a little trampoline at the end of the bed? Get up there like a luchador. Baby, please tell me. You said you'd never let go. Come hanging down here. Come, baby, come under the bed. Come under here. I swear to God, I'm gonna please you. I'm gonna eat that pussy like a bag of Cooler Ranch Doritos. Come on, baby. I'm gonna make a snackle dizzy here.
Well, I do have asthma, so that doesn't help.
Do you have an inhaler?
Yeah, I got two in the back, right?
Oh my God. Wow, you have a backup just in case.
Yeah, got to, man. So funny.
And when you're with a girl, sometimes that takes your breath away. I'm sure you get a little nervous, a little excited. So you gotta pull on that shit, and her pussy goes drier than David Jolly's elbows. She's got a real lotion on her pussy.
Oh, God.
3 layers, from what I understand. 3 layers of lotion it takes. So that happens where you need to use the inhaler on the girl. You're like, baby, I swear to God, when I catch my breath.
Well, I used to hide it. Like, that's why I wear socks in bed, because I just hide it in there. You know?
Keep an inhaler in your sock.
Yeah,
And at 5'3", I bet that shit's clanking against the floor. Sounds like a horse. Oh my God. So give us an example of a time where you've really blown it in the bedroom.
well, one time she told me, hey, use a finger. She said 6 in the morning, but I gave her a wet willy. I don't think that's what she meant. She was like, oh, fuck.
Henry, anything else crazy we should know about you before we keep it moving here?
I like how this is going.
It's good. It's a good interview. I'm so glad you lied about your height and that you're an embarrassment in the bedroom. You gave us a lot to work with, and that's what the show's all about. You know, it's not necessarily about the minute. It's about being honest in the interview, clearly. Unlike the last guy, you have no fear of losing your snack delivery job. You can only go up from here, much like your height. You know what I'm gonna do? Even though you're a small guy, and the set was okay, I'm gonna give you a medium-sized job. Henry Cruz, here you go, buddy. Oh shit! He's gonna reach down 2.5 feet to pick that up right now. Look at that! He didn't even have to bend over. That's the joy of being 3'4" in the air. There he goes. The debut of Henry Cruz. We're cooking, baby. 67.1 degrees here inside the room. Life is good. On to the next one we go. Your next fucking pool goes by the name of Jessa Knuckles. Jessa Knuckles. This looks like a new name. Here's Jessa, everybody.
Hello. Hi, I'm Jessa Knuckles. I recently lost 40 pounds. sheets. Between, I'm also a type 1 diabetic, so between my diabetes and my sleep apnea, I really know how to keep a man up at night. But on the plus side, I pee so much men think I'm a squirter. I got accused of I got dumped for having a wandering eye, but it turns out it's just lazy. Alright, thank y'all.
Hell yeah, Jessa Nichols.
Knuckles.
Oh yeah, wouldn't want to get that wrong, absolutely.
Hell no.
Hell yeah, that was like a reverse dating app profile what you just did.
Yeah.
I'm playing that I found in sleep one time, one diabetic, I pitched the band. Lazy eyes, stay away, everybody, stay away from me. Holy shit, Giannis.
Yeah. But men are desperate, so I'm still getting railed.
I bet you are. I bet you are. I like you. And a little tip for guys out there, if you're trying to save on heat in the winter, take this girl sleep next to her. She'll warm you up real good. Hell yeah. I want to be the last guy out here to put him in a jockey outfit and put her on. Hell yeah, let's do it. She'll probably have triple breathing. She could throw his inhaler for a second.
I did wear my best moo for you.
It is, but yeah, nothing better than a cow and a moo-moo, you know what I'm saying? Antonio Brown. I like to call her a San Antonio 8. Oh yeah.
I do well in San Antonio.
That's what is implied.
That's what San Antonio 10, honey.
Oh, Ted, sorry, Ted.
Yeah.
That is exactly what was implied there. So you're a type 1 diabetic, huh?
Yeah, you wouldn't think, but true.
I mean, I would have thought. For sure. Absolutely. We'll see.
What is the skinny one?
Table of white guys just pour their drinks all over one another in absolute disgust. I love it. Well, you are the best dressed person on stage tonight. It's very nice for you to wear our favorite grandmother's lampshade here. Justin, what do you do for work?
I'm a dog sitter.
A dog sitter.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you ever walk?
I do walk, Tony.
Talking about the dogs. So when you said sitter, I believe that part. I'm wondering if you're a dog sitter, a dog walker, a dog squished.
I am fat, Tony. It's true.
Good style, Jess. How long have you been doing this? How much is your honest? Not the bright Simpson, you're not. It is true. I have to check in with my senior anybody will do correspondent. My senior, may I borrow your sleep apnea mask correspondent? It's the skinny thing is like fat man. They totally like out here. They go. Sort of shape like that. He'll take it into the middle.
I do love Vigo. You just keep nailing me, Tony. It's like you're in love with me or something.
Absolutely. You are my type 1.
I would.
I have a feeling I'm your type 2.
Yeah. I was gonna bring you a bath bomb because I hear you like baths, but they shut you down at the door. Right.
Well, okay. That's a lot there. There's a lot there. A lot to unpack. Much like the guys that take you home, a lot to unpack. So Jessa, what's it? You're a dog sitter. Where do you live?
I live in Austin.
Live in
Austin. How long have you lived in Austin?
About 15 years.
15 years. Where were you
I
at?
went to college here.
You went to college. Absolutely long one.
Yeah.
Widely.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, Jess, what do you do for fun? Austin's a very wild place. Lots of things to do. You can float on the river. You can sink on the river. What do you do?
Oh, baby, I sink in the bottom of the pool. Yeah.
So does Brian Simpson. Let's check in with Brian Simpson.
I already tried to share my clean out new mask with you, but you weren't having it, so it's done now.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So Jess, what do you do for fun? What are some hobbies of yours?
I make jewelry.
Okay. Is that on sale somewhere? Is it on Etsy?
It's on my Instagram.
Okay. What's your Instagram?
At Jessie B. Boots. Yeah, I used to make cowboy boots in college when I made that Instagram. So, to updating to current events.
What made you get out of the boot game?
Sexual harassment.
You were being sexually harassed?
Yes, I used to be quite the looker, Tony.
Oh my goodness. Where do you think you are? What happened?
You know,
Sometimes it means like,
it was all that dog thing.
what happened?
It's all that dog thing.
Really? Were you eating them? Were you hot dog sitting? How do you not?
I want my dogs on a bullet. Hire me, USA. Hire me.
I love it when people go with the flow. That's amazing. So you did graduate college?
Oh, I did graduate college.
You're dog sitting and making jewelry?
Yeah, I'm doing what I love.
Madness. It's okay. There's a flood watch. Just to let you know, I'll fast forward it for you so you don't get worried. There's a flood watch tonight. We are watered in here. We have excess water around us. Back to Jesse Nichols here.
Knuckles, Tony, knuckles.
Nichols, yeah.
Like a fish.
Absolutely. Be honest. Did the jewelry around your neck, did you make that?
No, this is actually locally done by an artist called Shock Factor.
It's very nice. Very nice. I can't tell how big or small it is, you know?
It's gargantuan and it's stained glass. It's one of my favorite pieces.
On you, it looks small. It's incredible. Just,
That one was kind of lame.
you didn't like that one?
I thought you could do better.
I can, and I've done better.
Shit.
I've done better a bunch. I roasted the shit out of you for 8.5 minutes. We know I can and have done better. Stop saying roast. It's big girl. We love you. We love you, Jess. We love you. I'm gonna get you out of here on a big something. What else? You give me something else. Craziest thing that's ever happened while you're dog sitting.
Oh, I have a friend and her dog has a broken paw. That was how she found the dog. Was with the already healed broken paw. And this Rottweiler uses it, we call it her raven paw.
Why do you call it that?
Because she uses it to scoop you in so that she can pump you harder.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm fighting these wild dogs off constantly. I think I would lose some weight, but no.
Pretty sure that's your only threat of being raped, Jessa, so that's exciting. Oh, we're groaning now. She said, I can do better. You can roast harder than that. And then you guys go, oh.
been on this show multiple times. Make some noise for the return of Michael Rabbi, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Rabbi. I'm just kidding. I'm not that Asian. I'd be crazy. I would kill myself if I was that Asian. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't kill myself. I would cheer myself. Alright, cool. You guys are a little racist. You have retarded family members? Yeah, you're right, buddy. And I got a super autistic brother, and it's pretty rough because, like, I just remember as a kid, we used to take him to these interviews to get him evaluated. And the thing about my brother is, like, he's too retarded to keep a job, but he's not retarded enough to get Social Security benefits. So he's in this gray area of retardation, learning disabled autism. Dude, we would take my brother to these fucking mental evaluation interviews as a kid, and he's so autistic that we'd be like, now's my time to show these people how smart I am. It would be like this reverse WB Frog situation. We'd bring him into these interviews. Can I finish it? Thank you, took him. I'm just asking for permission. Wow. Are you the retarded family member? Yeah. Holy shit. What am I supposed to do? Alright, you're done. Okay. You want to now finish? Finish. Okay, it's not gonna work now, but finish. No, it'll work. No, yeah. I don't know what I'm talking. You bring him into these interviews, he'd suddenly become a fluent as fuck. You walk in and be like, yes, the triangle goes in the triangle hole. And the square goes in the square hole. That's red, that's green, and that's blue. And then we get back in the car and I'm like, really think you're even sure? Hi, Michael. Hey, Johnny Howard. Is this true? You have a retarded family? I have a younger brother who's severely autistic. Severely autistic? Yeah, he's 30. Okay. And he really doesn't work? He tries to. What does he do? Usually like Taco Bell or like food service, and then he gets through the first 2 weeks. So he's basically the most employed person out of any of the bucket pools we have here tonight. I can win with snacks. I dog sit. I get high and white dirt bike. Yeah, we did have a dirt bike. It was sick. Little 50cc. He's got a dirt bike. We did. He loves bikes too. That's his thing. Okay. Alright, do you ever ride with them? I haven't seen him in a while, dude. I'm out here grinding. He's back in Virginia where I'm from. Okay. I haven't talked to him in many moons. How do you think he's ever feel? Let's check up Brian sometime. Hey, Brian. I'm full of severely retarded people need 4 wheels minimum. Let us know 2 wheels of space. It's a good point. It's a regular bike. They call it a dirt bike because it's covered in dirt because he falls so much. Oh, dude, he eats shit on these things. He's crazy. Most people eat shit sometimes. Michael, let's talk about you because I don't think the apple falls far from the tree in this family. What are you doing for work? I've been doing stand-up full time since April. I was doing spots all over Austin. It's a nightmare. When you say you're doing stand-up full time as a job, how much money are you making, Michael? Well, I'm doing a podcast. I'm hosting whenever I can. I'm hosting roast battles from Roast Battle Austin. I did one this last day. How much do you get paid for that? I got like 70 for that. 7 to host a whole roast battle. Okay, that's actually so 70. How much are you making for your podcast? My podcast makes like 150 a month right now. Where are you getting that one? Patreon, maybe. People. Yeah, I have a solid group of Frog Nation. Frog Nation. Yeah. What's the membership? $10 a month. We got $1, $5, 10, and 20. You got a shit ton of $20. You have a shit ton. You know how many you can't have to make $150? That's 7. 7 would be the maximum. Dude, that's a lot. A shit ton. Dude, that's a lot. People are giving me $20. I wish we were so easily satisfied with 20 followers. You know, it ain't much, but it's an honest start. Alright, Michael, it is an honest. So $150 a month plus 70 for a show that happens monthly. You host it monthly, or I fill in for the current host who's on vacation. So even the $70, that was the luck of God. Yeah. But you're counting on this $150 a month, and you have to split that with a co-host, right? That's just you. That was for me. officiated all the battles, did opening spot, and then hosted the pre-show before the battle. What do you think you made this past month? This past month probably cleared like shit. Probably like 3 felt money. Wow. Did you have your girlfriend works here and she's taking care of you? We take care of each other. How do you take care of her? I've adopted the role of house husband. Yeah, it's all a bitch. Yeah, I don't know if you guys understand how emasculating it is to get your on the cheek while you're doing the dishes, but I would not recommend it at all. I was here. Doesn't more comics have like a lunch shift at a restaurant or working like a 9 to 4 job? I mean, my whole life I've had 2 or 3 jobs my whole entire life. But say you don't understand this rely on comedy shit at all. Yeah. So it wasn't like this always. When I first moved to Austin 3 years ago, I was working at Milton. I had a work from home job, and I used to work for Yieltown. So I was like, I spent nearly you worked for Yieltown? Yeah, I worked for you for like a year. The first year, the mothership. Fuller, you're like the guy who lied about his height. I'm kidding. Yeah, he's okay. A lot of free goodies. Okay, we're gonna need those back. We're gonna have you wash them since you're a house bitch, and then you can give them back to us. Alright. Michael, anything else crazy we should know about you before? I've been training jiu-jitsu with the mothership security guards for the last 3 months. Okay. I'm getting so powerful, dude. Do you have to pay for that? No, my wife pays for it. Oh my god. I get her this check cost. I get her this guys, what do you mean? I just who is this woman that believes so Jesus Christ. It's a woman that's orgasming quite frequently. I don't know about that. I find this to be impossible. Tell us how you do it, Michael. The guys listening to this show all want to know your secret with a face like that. What the fuck do you do? Frog style. Frog style, squat, pointed down. What is that? You have her legs over her head or something? No, she's like maybe in a like your lady is probably like in a missionary position, her legs on your shoulders. It feels a lot like a jiu-jitsu class right now. Let's stick with me. Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, her legs on your shoulders, your feet are on the bed like so, sumo style, doggy style, and then you just bounce on the bed. Right. Okay. That actually makes sense. It's one of the rare times that I've got an actual physical correct answer from the question, how do you please your woman in the bedroom? Yeah, I think it's been 12 years I've been asking that question. People are like, just hit my inhaler and pray for the best. But not you. You gave an actual answer there. Yeah, I'd be fucking. That's incredible. That is incredible. That's a lesson for everyone out there. Hit different angles, try different things, experiment. Very good. Congratulations. You already have joke books, right? I have one, yeah. I have one from 3 years ago. Is it filled? No, it sits on my thing as like a memento to keep going. There you go. Well, then keep going for sure. It's your only option. Alright, bye-bye. Michael Ridley, ladies and gentlemen. I love you guys. It's good. Another fucking pull out here, and then we're going to use your special treat that we have. This next comedian looks like a dude. Maybe you've seen this before. Make some noise. Here we go. For fucking Paul Matt Surrey, everyone. Matt Surrey. Now, obviously, you can tell into extreme sports. Actually, it's so true. I tried to go skydiving for my birthday the other year, and I say try. So I got to the roof. They took one look at me and was like, yeah, no, sorry. Apparently, I'm too fat to fly. Something about the reserve shoot not supporting my mass. I'm like, I've seen them drop tanks into Ukraine, right? It's crazy, man. I mean, so fat, this stomach has nowhere else to go. It's trying to come on the go. It's crazy. But it's not all bad. It's not all bad. The other day at work, my boss said an idea I had was worth its weight in gold. That got me thinking. What would I be worth? I would worth it in gold. So I figured it out. I'd be worth $15,493,675. That's right, I'm a cash cow. Now I just gotta decide, do I want to sacrifice half of that just to go skydiving? Alright, thanks a lot, you got it, right? Sorry. Okay. Was a lot of facts there. Just a lot of facts. The hernia thing was a fact. Weight in gold was a fact. I'm pretty sure we all want to see that fucking belly button. Am I correct right now? Maybe I'm the only one. I think they can handle it just fine. Keno on the lights, give it to me. Sometimes our stoner lighting sound guy isn't paying attention to the show. Sometimes he is. You never know. Oh my god, is that a rag? Wait a second, let me see that. Look at that. Pull it out again. Oh shit! Oh shit, he's got a ball sack attached to his stomach. Oh my god. He's got that. That's more than an Audi, my friend. That's more like the car. A-U-D-I. You can fit a family of 5 in that fucking belly button there. What are you gonna do, man? I don't know. What are you gonna do, man? It's a question for you and your doctor. Yeah, I don't know. Wow, what did they tell you? Lose weight. Okay, and how's that going? I mean, it goes pretty good, and then I gained it all the fuck back. How do you do it? How do you lose it? How do you gain it? Actually, lost a lot of it just down the road. Off my wellness, doing like juice fasts and stuff. Okay. Yeah, that worked. I lost like 90 pounds. And then what'd you do? And then I just started eating again. What were you eating? I mean, just normal shit, man. But it's like stress. Stress, the fuck boy just is. Wow. Wow, what are you stressed about? I just lost my job last month. Oh my goodness, what was the job? I was a quality manager. Quality manager for what? For a co-pack beverage. Quality managers, what exactly does that mean? I monitor food safety and food safety quality systems. So how did you lose the job? You seem like you'd be great at monitoring food. It seems like I yeah. I helped them with it. How did you lose your job? I was basically hired just to help them get through their certification, did that, and it was like, how long did you have the job? 4 months. Okay, what did you do before that? Same similar thing. Same similar thing. Yeah, food safety for actually a food manufacturer. Is that what you do? You do food safety? Food safety, yeah. I used to do auditing. Auditing. Yeah. Okay. Did you get too intimate with the food? Well, you know. Who fired you, loss prevention? You motherfucker. And your fucking noise, man. You know what? You're right. He deserves it. That was good enough. Where's the sound effect? Here it is. Gritty. I love it. So, Matt, sir, tell us more about it. Tell us something very interesting. I sang a solo at Carnegie. You did what? I sang a solo at Carnegie. What the hell kind of solo did you sing at Carnegie Hall? It was Kyrie. What is it? Opera? What is that? It's like classical. You sang? Yeah. Oh, let's fucking hear a little song. Let's hear a little song. You want the band with you, or are you gonna go solo? I'll just sing what I say. Beautiful. Let's do it. Sing your heart out in your belly button now. is right. We can all sing like you. Wow. My goodness. All right, Matt Surrey. Well, I've had fun here tonight. How did it feel for you?
It's cool, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, sign up. Do it again. You been on the show before?
That was first time signing up.
Okay, first time signing up. Yeah, extreme sports or what do you guys think? Small or big? Small? Big? Big? Small? There he is, Matt Surrey, ladies and gentlemen. Sign up again. Do it again sometime, Matt. Happy last birthday. All right. We have a special something happening right now. Kim Patterson is a star and is shooting in the goddamn movie right now. He is literally a star. So, he's not going to make it tonight. In his place, we're going to do something a little fun. For the first time in the show's history, ever in the show's history, this is someone that won the spot away from the show after another show on a different night. Me and this man, who happens to be one of the best poker players in the world, considered the number one heads up, which means one-on-one poker player in the world. We played Texas Hold'em here at Mincy's until 5:30 in the morning. On the line, I could have won $40,000, or he wins a spot on Kiltony, and here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, making his Kiltony debuts. It's a minute time. He's been preparing a month for this. We're going to have some fun right now. Make some noise for Coach, everybody.
It's hard to live in Texas without hearing about the immigration debate. They're bringing in drugs. They're taking our jobs. We've got to do something about these Californians. We're going to build a wall. We're going to make New Mexico pay for it. For the record, I don't understand where they're coming here anyway. Over the last few years, the California real estate market's been on fire. Maybe they're small right now. We got lots of national disaster news here tonight. That's nice. It's also hard to live in Austin without hearing about the serial killer and stealing gay men at Lady Bird Lake. Was that funny? I didn't think much about it, but then the other day, my friend called me and said, "Hey, where are you going out tonight, man? Just want to make sure I know where you are." And then it dawned on me. My friend thinks I'm a murderer. But that makes no sense because I love gay men.
And we love you too, Doug. And we love you too. I'll tell you, I'm pretty sure I'm right here. I'm pretty sure that's the best set of the night from everybody. Absolutely incredible. I mean, you put your mind to it. I mean, you've been practicing for a month. We're buddies now. I met you that night. Crazy fucking night. It's just one of those nights where it's like a fucking Scorsese movie. I kind of told the story a couple weeks ago, but it was just people telling me, "Hey, you know the best heads up poker player in the world's here at your after parties. Every Monday we have a little party after each taping. You're in all night. You were on the other side of the bar. I had no idea who you were. And then by the time we finally got to meet, by the time our paths crossed, I was just drunk enough to challenge you to poker. Turns out you run what from what I'm told is literally the best poker facility in the country.
Yeah, Lodge Card Club here in Austin, Texas. By the way, so when we first met, I thought we'd like exchange names, like some pleasantries. So I'm like, "Hi, I'm Doug." He's like, "I'll fucking beat you in poker."
Yeah. I was excited.
Where did that come from? I'm like, "All right, let's see what we can do."
We have fun. Yeah, that is a Monday night brought to you by Whiskey Tequila. See, I sit
just like us. It was fucking everyone was around us. It was a very entertaining game. You were fun to play with. I was fucking talking shit, having fun. It was a great doing things like looking at one card and fucking seeing the king and betting big and just hoping the other card was good. You were having fun. No, I saw how you played. You played, were really aggressive. You were a pretty crazy player. Yeah. That kind of makes sense. Yeah. I feel like I made a mistake, though, with the negotiation for the stakes, right? Because, like, I was like, all right, I want to go to the show. I'll put up some money. I was kind of drunk, too, so I was like, how about $20,000? Yeah. He's like, done. I was like, oh, shit, I probably should have opened lower on that. Yeah. But I'm going to work my way up by the beginning. And I won that first game, for those of you that don't know. But it all happened so fast. I realized afterwards that I'm the sucker. I didn't realize what was happening there, but by letting me win one, and I go, well, now I want to play. So what was it then? It was basically the same bet. Dude, we were so drunk. I don't think either one of us can retell the story. It all sounds so fucking gay. All the fun. Oh, shit. So I'm more about 10 million in tournaments. This is why I want to fuck this guy. Don't ruin it for me, Yavis. Don't ruin it for me. I'm finally gonna be as gay as everybody wants me to. I'm just gonna be the guy that takes my fun virginity. I want to get rooted for hockey. So I know I have to read on it, but I don't actually love games. No, I know. I love you. Take all. Hell yeah. So, what's it like out there being a fucking actual pro poker player? What's like give us an example of a crazy night or something or anything wild that you've seen? Yeah, so I've had some pretty big wins, some pretty big losses. One weekend I lost $1 million playing poker. And went down to the lobby. I was really sad. They had like police everywhere. I asked the hotel person, why are there police everywhere? Why are there police officers here? Like, oh, someone killed themselves this weekend. And it was someone from the league, like one of the lead people in the league, Fairmont Pacific Red. He killed himself in the hotel I was staying at. And I was like, okay, I guess You're a smart guy. Obviously, people that can play poker professionally are already living a lot of people's dreams. The fact that you're chasing this rush, and it is, and you probably can feel a crazy adrenaline rush, same type of thing. So you're in a big hand, you're trying to know what's going on, but you got it, and you're getting a big jump up. Hell yeah, duck poke, everybody. Ready to the hook, here we go. That's my boyfriend. There he goes. Froggy style. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, back to the bucket we go. This looks like a newer game. Oh, my God, this is not busy. A lonely handy, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are gonna go wipe on each other's hands. The guy with the white points that spilled drinks all over each other earlier. Okay, trade shorts. Alright, next one's here. Next bucket hole. Philip Abraham, everybody. Here we go. I am Indian, different kind of Indian. I'm Puerto Rican. I am Indian and Pakistan will be served. Most Indians are Hindu. I'm a little bit different. My dad's side is Jewish. My mom's side is Catholic. I worship Satan. Philip Abraham. You've been on this show before, right, Philip? Yeah, I was on the show like a week ago, like 2.5 years ago. Okay. It's not well. But it went better this time. Yeah. I'm going to show that if you do this over time, you should get better. And you did that. Here you are. How's it been going? Pretty good. Yeah, I mean, just wanted to do a lot of shows, do a lot of mics. What do you do for a living? I'm an experienced designer. What does that mean? I like building apps, websites, Fortune 500. Giannis? I was about to say, what it means is a disappointment to his parents. He came through with the computer shit. Yeah, he's got to realize something. He's got to be doing something. Are you building websites? And you were to shop around in the website and build some experience. Alright. I talked to my parents and they called copy program. Did you do your program today? How is the program? Do I sound like your dad? Kind of. Money, 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 more! What are you doing? Money, more! Hey, how the program starting? What does your dad do for work? Oh, he's a Pentecostal preacher. Whoa. A Pentecostal Pakistani preacher? Yeah. Oh, okay. That's like calling him the N-word. You know that? Use armor. Puerto Rican at one point, Pakistani, it's all fucking mixed together. So you're 100% Indian? Yeah, I'm Malayalam. Oh, wow. In that case, 100% fucking. Alright, what does that mean? It's just like people from the southern coast. It's like very specific people. What are they known for? Coconuts. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, mangoes. Okay. I didn't realize there was such a tropical part of India. They don't cook with their feet. Those are the North Indians. Just wanted to put that out there. The Northerners, they don't cook. You guys don't get along. No. Have you guys been fighting a little bit? A little bit. They kind of went down on the south. That's such a shame, especially Pakistan, India. Like, why are people who smell the same fighting so much? You know, like, smell the each other, and then it'll be just an open land for good people. It's gonna happen. I'm kidding. Jesus Christ. I don't know why I'm saying I'm kidding. The internet clip probably ended 12 seconds ago when I said the thing, and now I'm in trouble again. Gonna get bigger now. Madison Square Garden again. Kidding me, already are going Madison Square Garden. Alright, so Philip, tell me, what do you do for fun? What does an Indian, what does a Malayali do for fun? Shit, you need Malayali details. Have you been to Malayali chicken curry? Oh shit, okay. I've been eating some shit lately because you're this plain answer. Oh, no, that's not good. It's like fusion and white sugar. Oh, it's so good. What are you talking about? It's a Mexican boy. What are you talking about? He has literally no fucking idea. He knows less than anybody's a Mexican boy in a longboard ship shirt missing a front tooth. He literally... Was that why you just pointed your boy like that? You called that I was going to guess that you had a missing front tooth? I can fucking see it. I see that missing tooth, buddy. Congratulations. He's like, I had no idea. I didn't think you'd see it. We were talking about it. Fuck yeah, dude. I can spot a missing tooth from a mile away. Because I know to avoid those people. Alright. Philip, what do you do for fun?
Yo, look who it is.
Rabbi.
How you living, big dog? Apologies, I couldn't speak earlier. I was on 2 podcasts. Yes, sir. How was your day?
I was up all night.
Oh. Turning tricks?
Seeing blessings and cursings.
Alright, that works. Have you done any streaming recently? Why not?
Because I'm not set up for it. I'm not,
What are you talking about? We got you your back.
Dragging it up. As far as I'm concerned, it's just going and talking like you're wasting your time. You need to get in the middle of a controversy and get people's faces with advertising. These are these blockbuster stuff. You need a huge audience. You need to get involved in controversy. You know what I mean? Or else you get lost in a crowd. It's a waste of time.
So go find a controversial topic and do a podcast on it.
That's what I'm doing. But it has to be lined up, and you need the ducks in a row. It can't be like boom, flash in the pan, you disappear either.
Why don't you just do a news show every night and you just read the news? You give your opinion on it.
Because everyone does that and goes nowhere with it.
No, very few people do that. They don't do their own nightly news show.
You go on Facebook, there's 1,000 people doing it.
No, but they don't do a news show. I'm talking about you do like the NBC Nightly News. We could give you that background and you just go through and read the news.
There's 1,000 people reading the news.
Okay. Well, what's a controversial topic that you think will get attention?
Conflict between Islam and the Constitution, the rise of Islam.
All right, so do a podcast on it.
Podcast. It has to be a podcast. In other words, it has to be the Bible, and there's 5 million people reading the Bible, doing a Torah portion every week. It's nothing. It has to be Bible-based and not to be people. I know, I'm working it out in my head. I'm planning it out. I'm looking for a strategy that will work. I'm not familiar with it. It was a retail store. I more than sold retail. It was a business. I know how to do it. I'm like trying to familiarize myself with the
the industry, and as I said, I'm getting the end time event straight in my head, so I can defend my position, and I'll bring it about. I'll bring the Messiah.
Okay, well, you have something that those.
That's the whole point of the. That's the whole point of the podcast. To bring fruit, to bring a lot of fruit into the kingdom.
I agree. We've known each other for like a couple months now, though, and I know you're still trying to get traction on the podcast. But if you don't record it, it doesn't help to promote your mission.
Correct. That's the mission, to bring fruit into God, to bring the kingdom of heaven to earth, to bring the Messiah, to bring fruit into the kingdom.
Okay.
So that there should be, a lot of fruit, a lot of people born into the kingdom of God. That's the mission. That's the, and to get attention, to get the attention of the people, to get the word into the people, to get into the little controversial current events, to address that. Yeah, the news, yes, to read the news, but to get to the controversy and to advance God, the kingdom of God. That's my agenda. That's what I want to bring heaven to earth. To bring fruit into God's kingdom. Teshuvah. Corrupt. Corrupt.
Okay, so I'm asking ChatGPT to give me a new script of today's headlines to get a lot of attraction online. Let's see what it says. I don't know. But if you were to say, welcome back, here are today's biggest headlines in under 60 seconds. Don't forget to like, follow, and share your daily news updates. Global markets saw increased volatility today as investors reacted to major economic developments and corporate earnings reports, with several major indexes experiencing sharp swings. It then gives their amounts.
What I am is, I'll tell you what the deal with stocks is. God's word, it says a handful of barley for a day's wages for a handful of barley. Right? In other words, organic production of the organic produce. Without production of the organic produce, there cannot be healthy people or environment. Regenerative farming. Now, with Kennedy, he's trying to pass bills that'll promote, that'll facilitate regenerative farming practices, organic farming practices, and that's good because it takes away from the disparity of wealth, it takes away from environmental destruction, it takes away from disease. It's going in a good direction. Regenerative farming practices, agricultural practices, it aligns with, it aligns with, rebuilding soil. This is what he wants to do. Rebuild soil. It's biblical based, what he wants to do, and we should support him in that. All right. For example, you don't have to look at the things because everything is the opposite of what's presented to the people. All right. Creation is diametrically opposed to the way people are living in a modern world against the principle of creation in the Torah. Everything is the opposite of what people think it is. Their medicine is poison. Like Maimonides said, medicine should never be used when diet is the problem. In other words, you get healthy instead of attacking symptoms, you get healthy. Everything is diametrically opposed. Everything presented to the people is diametrically opposed to creation. That's why you need redemption. That's why you need to come out of the world.
When you talk, I feel like I'm listening to a podcast, and I think it's a good idea that you record it. I mean, just what you said right there is important.
there's a civil war going on.
That's correct.
They're not calling it a civil war, but it's a civil war.
That's correct.
Iran, they're looking to start a civil war. World War III is cooking up. You have 1, 2, Venezuela, three fronts.
Right. It's arguable what you want to define as a civil war, but certainly if what was going on in Ukraine and Russia happened 50 years ago, that's by definition a civil war.
The reason why they're not calling it a civil war is just propaganda.
Okay. I mean, they're two separate countries, but I get what you're saying. 50 years ago, they were not.
Yeah, it's two separate countries, but it's not straight up. Basically, China and Russia are backing Islam. They're backing the Ayatollahs. Not the Western countries are backing the United States, backing the rebels, people who are the secular government. The United States of Israel. And they just tied their military together. This is a big part of that. Tying together, officially, all kinds of purposes, basically a burden on the United States and Israel.
Yeah, that didn't pass, but it looks like it probably will pass in the near future.
That's a big current event.
Oh, that's a giant current event. It's very controversial.
Yeah, to tie the United States and Israel essentially together is good. And the civil war in Russia and the coming one in Iraq against Israel and the United States traditionally, from the Cold War on, Russians been basically the United States, they moved NATO into Russia. Reagan broke it up with the Taliban and broke it up bases. They told me what they think of the military industrial complex with the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Basically, they busted it up and gave the Taliban. They've been moving NATO since 1977 into Russia. Further and further, they were pushing things back off. They're telling them they're not coming further, and then they go further. In Russia, they're about to decide the Ukraine and Russia, the NATO, boom, this breaks up. And Iran, I can't believe this didn't happen 15 years ago. When they threw, in fact, even earlier, when they threw 80,000 Jewish families out of there, confiscated their property. From 1985 to 1990, they confiscated Jewish property, threw them out. I can't believe the United States didn't back Israel. They put out the nuclear security already. I can't believe that they didn't try to stop it. I think that their intelligence agencies I can't see them entering a civil war. I can't see Israel and the United States getting involved. I can't see it. God ruled by God. God means like the king of the locusts, right? It swarms of migrants, swarms of Christians. The fact is political ideology. Christianity big time. experimenting.
So why aren't you recording this?
People want to know what Jimmy said at. People want God's blessing. They gotta get saved. They gotta hear the Bible truth.
Hold on. Just answer my question. I get what you're saying. So why aren't you recording this?
Because I've been seeing how this lines up with scripture. I've been lining up the end time event, seeing how this ties into scripture. Because I want the people to get into the Word of God. Just to hear what's going on. They could hear that everywhere. You know, be brought into God's kingdom through the Word. The end time events, you know. I want to tie it into the scriptures so that they see, you know, what the world is spiritual around the world is full around God's word. The world's afraid by the word of God. Faith comes by hearing and hearing by the word of God. So I'm putting it together. I'm putting it together in my head, you know, with God's word. So I can bring it to the people.
Okay, I get what you're saying. But don't you think it's important you record it and then you just stop, just one moment. You record it, and then you edit it, and then you put it together the way that you want so that it's exciting.
Yeah. Oh, I can't edit.
You don't even know how to edit, and it's not that difficult. You, but I can teach you. If I can teach you how to get a background of the Western Wall, I can teach you how to edit a video, and even easier, a sound file, and it's free, and you can do it from your laptop, and you literally have absolutely nothing to do except edit it. You could have some really quality content. You can edit it so that there aren't any pauses, that there aren't any ums, that it's just pure content. And it'll be better than those people on Facebook.
I don't know what it. I have no idea what it involves. I have no idea.
It involves you downloading a piece of software, which you did with OBS, and it's very similar to OBS. You would make a recording, let's say an hour long. You upload that recording into the software. The name of the software is I would recommend is called DaVinci Resolve, like Leonardo da Vinci. And then you get a video and you get an audio file. And then you cut up that video into what you feel is the best, the meat, the quality segments, and then you publish that on your social media. And that's how it's done. It's very easy. Okay.
But it has to talk to somebody. I know, you know what I mean? To just talk to myself. But I'm talking to people. I don't know. It's close. Like, I don't know when it's going there. I don't know what it's saying.
I get that. I get that. And I'm here when I can be to listen to you. So what I would advise is you start recording. You don't have to do it right now. What I'm saying, you start recording. You say, Rabbi, do you mind if I just lean on your shoulder or whisper in your ear some ideas that I have? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. And you talk.
People don't pay their electric bills so they're in the dark.
Okay, I don't know what you're.
People are living in the dark because they don't pay their electric bill. You know, so God can't turn on their currency. You know, they live enslaved today, but they need because they're in the dark. They don't have God's currency because they don't pay their electric bill.
You have very little self-awareness of when you're cutting off people, don't you?
What do you mean?
Like when someone else is talking and you have an idea that comes into your head, you just say it. And I know you don't mean it personally, but you stop listening what the other person was saying. What I was saying is that I'm willing to be You're okay. I'm willing to be a sounding board for you. If you want to come in here, you hit record and you say, Rabbi, I want to talk about the end times. I want to talk about Mashiach. I don't know if it's going to make sense, but I'm just going to talk. And when you feel the need, say something back if you want. And then I'm going to take that hour-long stream or whatever. I'm going to take tomorrow. I'm going to edit it up and I'm going to publish it. I'd say, great. You're, you're, you're welcome. And that's what you should do. But the first thing you'd have to do is record it.
I don't know. Let me see if I can edit it. I mean, I don't know what it involves. I'm kind of like, technologically retarded.
You're not. You're not. You're absolutely not. Okay. So the first thing, and I'm not saying to do this now, but maybe you should write this down because you should watch some videos before you download the software. It's called DaVinci Resolve, like Leonardo da Vinci, DA. Take your time.
But people are in the dark because they don't pay their electric. They pay their secular electric bill. They don't pay their spiritual electric bill. They don't pay their electric bill. God gives them, so their lights are out. They're living in the dark. They don't know what's going on. They don't have God's currency. That's why they spend their life revolving around money, and money don't come to them. Because, I realize something. The more you need, the sicker you are. Not that you have. You could have everything. You should have everything. God wants you to be in health and prosperous, but if you need money, if you need medicine, that's because you broke the laws of creation and you're enslaved. You're enslaved because you need it. You need medicine because you broke the laws of creation. You need money because you're in the dark. But when you pay your electric bill, the lights come on, and you don't need it. It comes to you.
I'm listening.
Da Vinci?
Yeah, so it's DA space VINCHCI.
DA space?
Yeah, it's DA and then space, I believe.
D like David.
Yeah, yeah. D like David, A like Apple. And then Vinci, VINCI.
VINCI space? VINCI.
Yeah, so it's DA space VINCI.
Right.
And then another space, Resolve. RESOLVE. Resolve.
RESOL.
VE. Resolve. RESOLVE.
Okay. VE.
Yeah.
Da Vinci Resolve.
That's correct. And what you want to do is put that into YouTube. And you just want to watch some introductory courses on how to do video editing. You don't have to
Look that up.
look it up in YouTube, yeah. And watch some videos. And you're going to say, Rabbi, that's too complicated for me. And I'm going to say, no, it's not. All you need to do is get a recording. We'll teach you how to download it. You upload that into DaVinci Resolve. You cut it up in any way that you want. You know how as a kid you would have scissors and you would cut and paste things like for crafts? You were a kid. You still say that you're a kid at heart. You know what I'm referencing. It's the same way. You just cut it and you paste it and you make it the way that you want. And your videos don't have to be super complicated. You could have an intro.
Drop and drag?
Yeah, it's
Drag
drop.
and drop it?
Yeah, exactly. There's
I heard of it.
there's no coding.
Oh, that's good. Drag and drop. Because I heard drag and drop. I guess like you said, drag and drop the thumbnail, right? Like that kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's really just like that. You don't have to. You don't have to.
Coding, I don't think I can do it.
No. But with this type of software, it's really easy. You just let's say you are like, wow, I did a really good job in that podcast, but I just didn't like the end. And I think I kind of got boring or I repeated myself. I want to cut off the last 10 minutes of it. You upload that podcast into DaVinci Resolve and you cut off the last 10 minutes. Literally, there's just a button that says cut, like you would snip a piece of paper, and then you publish it, and then you've got a really beautiful piece of media that you can then upload to YouTube and to Facebook or wherever else you want and publish it.
What I would like to do, I would like to have the weekly cover portion in English, and but with the as much of the ritual meaning and also to learn and teach the people, but also with the Brit, the Brit, what is the word? Brit,
Covenant?
I don't want to turn you off, but the Brit,
The covenant, the Brit Milah? What are you referencing?
yeah, not the Brit, Mila is covenant.
No, Brit Milah is circumcision. It's Brit.
Yeah, the completion. That's not covenant. But covenant is Hadasha. The Brit Hadasha.
Okay. Well, that's covenant.
They had the Brit Hadasha, the correlating, because that'll bring a lot of people. That'll bring a lot of people to back Israel, to bring Christians into the Torah, to bring Kiruv, instead of just believing a man who wanted to graft them in, make a symbol to graft them in, to break barriers down and bring everybody into Judaism. But it got hijacked. It got hijacked by so-called Christianity, by Catholicism. Then Martin Luther came 500 years ago to try to fix that down.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not going to help you with that. That's not Orthodox Judaism.
To me, it's an extension of Judaism.
That's fine.
Rather than knocking 7 times and saying, no, you don't want to be Jewish, no, you don't want to be. Well, first of all, half of Jews are intermarried. So if you don't accept this, then you're losing half of Jews. First of all, between intermarriage, out of 50 million Jews, 3 million of them in one generation accepted Jesus as a Messiah, right? Between these two things, Judaism is dwindling. Either you accept into marriage and let them come in and learn the Torah as they can,
Look, it's very simple. And if you think Judaism is dwindling, you're not around enough Jews. You should see the Hasidic world. Pew Research already anticipates by 2030 Hasidism will grow by 20%. It's continuing to grow. It is the one.
If it wasn't for Christians and it wasn't for Reform Judaism, they'd all be dead.
Why would you?
Israel would be gone. They'd all be dead.
I mean, Reform Judaism doesn't have that much to do with Israel.
That's not true.
If anything, you could say secular Zionists.
Secular Zionists.
Yeah, but that's not Reform Judaism.
Why are they secular Zionists? Because of the Bible. So they're not so secular. You call them secular, but they're not so secular. They believe that God gave Israel the Jewish people.
By definition, if they're secular, there's an argument to be made that they're either agnostic or non-theist.
That don't realize that all the covenants in the Bible are in effect. From the first Adam to what they call the second Adam, who came to fix the fall of the first Adam, that's their redemptive tool. But to learn the Bible. And by doing that, you're backing Israel, you're backing Judaism, and you're getting converts to Judaism.
That's fine.
And
that's fine, but this wait, this acceptance of intermarriage is not mainstream orthodoxy, nor has it ever been, and most likely it never will be.
But I'm not orthodox.
I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that if you want to be Jewish, you can. It's known as an Orthodox conversion. It's as simple as that.
This idea that Orthodox people have, that people aren't Orthodox, aren't Jewish, it's ridiculous.
I mean, it depends on who you're referencing. If you're talking about a Reformed convert, that's not a Jew. They don't count in a minion. They can't marry my daughter. They can't basically participate in a base din.
Okay, but a lot of Orthodox Jews don't consider Reformed Jews Jews.
So to clarify, so long as they have Orthodox roots, they would be considered Orthodox if they have matrilineal Judaism and not a patrilineal lineage. If they consider themselves to be Jews through their fathers, they're goyim, just like your local guy working at the corner shop is a goy.
Well, I don't know who the hell they think they are. Among their sect, fine. But I don't buy this nonsense. I don't buy it.
Okay, I mean,
that's not Judaism.
That is, I mean, that's Orthodox Judaism.
That's Orthodox Judaism. That's not Judaism.
Look, if you really want to get into it, you could say no conversion has been properly kosher, and the only people who are truthfully Jews are the people who can trace their DNA back more than 2,000 years to the Second Temple period or so. And that's really like 1 in 32 people who identify as Jews. It's really a small percentage of them.
Yeah, but the only reason for these kinds of separations are rabbis and agendas who don't want to lose people. They don't, it's personal, it's personal incentive to make these kind of divisions.
I mean,
and when it comes down to it, to divide Israel, a house divided cannot stand.
If you really want to get into it, it's political. But if you are really being honest, if you're really being honest, and can we agree on this? No one really knows. We're all agnostic. No one really knows anything.
There is a mind that creates and governs the phenomenal world.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You can't prove that. You can't prove that. You're lying to yourself.
I can't prove it, but I know that.
Okay, I'm saying you can't know anything. That can be your opinion, and that's a great opinion, but you can't really know.
No, that's objective reality. Everything else that's created and governed by it is subjective. There is objective reality. And that's why the Bible is infallible, because the Bible is based on that mind, that eternal mind that creates and governs the phenomenal world.
No,
and that's what real Judaism is.
Then why aren't you stoning homosexuals?
The Bible is.
Answer my question. Then why aren't you stoning homosexuals. It says in Leviticus, if a man lays with a man.
That to me, that means throwing the book itself.
Okay, so this is just according to your mindset, and that's not how Judaism operates. Okay.
It's a health issue. It broke the laws of creation. You should throw the book at them. Stoning them is not literal.
It literally says that they should be stoned. It literally says, it cannot be clearer. It's one of the clearest parts of the Bible.
Anyone who takes the Bible literally is insane.
You just said it's infallible. You just said it's infallible.
It is infallible.
According to your opinions. I stand by what I said. You can't really know anything. If you're really being honest, you don't know anything.
It tells you the dark riddles of the wise. It's not a literal book.
It's taken quite literally.
Because there's a disease called literalism that covers the earth.
Okay. I'm here and I'm listening, but I have to adjust my other devices, so I'll be right over here. I'm here, I'm listening.